Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 20K Twin Suns tournament. My name is Hunt, and I'll be your host all weekend long. Joining me to open up the broadcast, we've got Hammer and Uplink. And fellas, welcome in one of the biggest Squadrons tournaments to date. I know I could be any more excited to get things rolling. How are you feeling, Hammer? I'll start with you.
Oh, feeling great, man. I'm super excited. I can't believe this is happening here and now. Just utter flabbergasted.
And Uplink, I mean, you got to be feeling the hype right now, man. This is awesome.
How could you not feel the hype? This is one of the biggest Squadrons tournaments ever. Biggest prize pool that we've gotten so far in a single tournament. And it's Squadrons Esports. How can you not
Squadrons Esports!
And of course, it wouldn't be possible without our lovely sponsors, Invite Ramen, Thrustmaster, and Audible. We'll get to them a little bit later on, but a big thank you to them for giving us what we've got here today and tomorrow, which is a ton of great teams, ton of great players, all vying for that 20K prize pool. Winner walks away with $10,000. So not something to shake a stick at here, as we are just about ready to get going. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the format of the tournament here today, as we've got day number one. It's going to be a 5-round Swiss qualifier. We even got a little bit of tiebreakers to make sure teams are exactly where they need to be once we wrap up the 5-round Swiss. All of the games will be 2-game matches, so each one going to be counting towards your final sum, your final total. Want to make sure you walk away with a 2-0 if possible. If not, a 1-1 score is much better than an 0-2. Top 16 teams advancing to day number 2, and that's where things start to heat up tomorrow, as we've got a 16-team single elim bracket, as the first rounds 1 and 2 will be best of 3, the semis and grands. going to be best of 5. And fellas, I mean, this is a pretty important day number 1, right? Obviously, you want to make top 16, but the higher the seed you get, the better a chance you get to walk through that bracket tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, higher seed equals first faction pick. And some players like playing certain factions. If you can choose that one out, you're able to cinch a possible first win, get that weighted against for you, right? So big important to get those 2 O's.
It's a huge part. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, we are going to be playing all day long. Again, these 5-round Swiss matchups, or 5 Swiss rounds, I should say. And, we do need to talk about it a little bit before we jump into our first couple of matchups here. Actually, let's go ahead and go through the prize pool before we really dive deep into everything. Like I said, we have $20K on the line today. 10 of that will be going to the first place squad, 5,000 to second place, and third and fourth will be collecting 2.5K. So, I mean, really, obviously everybody wants that first place prize, but you get top 4. I mean, that's quite a bit of money for just a weekend of playing some Squadrons, which everybody certainly loves to do. And it's going to be a lot of fun once we get to those semifinals here, Uplink.
It's huge. And my goodness, this is some good money here. This is some really good money. It's mind blowing that we have such a huge community here, and I'm looking forward to it.
The growth from the beginning of the launch game to now, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out how these teams are going to do. We're going to be playing fleet battles all day long. That should be certainly a lot of fun, and I'll let you guys kind of get into that once we throw it into the first game here, of kind of how fleet battles sort of works for anybody who's newer to Squadrons. I would imagine most of our viewers are Squadrons fans, and now that it's going to be pretty long of a day, every team here going to be playing 10 total fleet battles matchups. I know that the meta has sort of evolved into a little bit faster games than we saw when the game kind of first came out, but how important is longevity, is endurance going to be throughout the day here, Hammer?
Oh, huge. I mean, the further the day goes, the more mistakes are made, especially in that opening phase, because in certain maps, there's map choices. So let's say like Nadiri Dockyards, for example. Sure. Because of the way the AI work on with the morale system in Squadrons, you have to ensure that essentially you win the beginning phase of that game, or it's going to be an uphill battle continuously. The further the day goes, the more mistakes are made, the harder it is to win that opening phase. So it's going to be huge for endurance and to make sure that you can keep yourself up and at 'em as the day goes by.
And I mean, that kind of leads into a little bit of the sort of the meta conversation, right? How long are these games going to go? Uplink, what is your take on it? How do you see the teams playing this one out today?
I think we're going to see some upsets. I mean, Splinter is the team to beat. They have dominated every tournament that they've been a part of, and I think they're the ones to watch. Again, I love the guys over at Splinter Squadron, but I would like to see some upsets there. I'd like to see some people give them some challenges. It's no fun if someone just dominates everything.
I think there are going to be some contenders. You look at the Randalorians coming in. They have their final attack phase on lockdown. Seeing it in the last tournament they were in absolutely destroys the flagship in maybe like 15, 20 seconds. You got teams like Team Cheese coming in with a little bit of a refined team roster. And Cavern Angels Gold, another solid contender.
Yes. I'm really looking forward to what they've got for Rando.
Oh, sure. And when you talk about that too, is there a chance we see a roster that you might not expect at least crack into the top 16? I know obviously we've got a bunch of teams here all trying to vie for that top spot. Is there a possibility that potentially we see a team that might not have the tournament results that a couple of these others do give them a run for their money today and tomorrow potentially?
I think so. I think there are a few teams that are going to possibly do pretty amazing, actually. There's Team Nova, Team Tempest, two teams that just keep on getting better and better and that have refined themselves, especially to these last few patches. I am excited to see how they do today and hopefully getting into day number 2 if they get in the top 16.
So who are you thinking? Who are you thinking that's going to be the contenders to take it all? Do you think we're going to see a smaller team that we haven't seen before take it all the way, or do you think it's going to be one of the Tempos that we're going to see again?
I think it is going to probably. Ooh, that's such a hard choice. My gut is leaning. Well, it's 50-50. It's either, in my brain, it's right now either going to be Splinter or Randos, because in the last major tournament, Randos had an upset on Splinter that I think shook them a bit, right? Where they got used to winning a lot of the majors and the minors, and all of a sudden that didn't happen. So I think that there's a little bit of a readjustment to how they play. Randos found they can 2-1 Sculpt Waka, right? So Sculpt Waka exists as kind of this map pressure player killer on their team because there's different roles in the game. But Randalorians found, much like in high-end sports teams, you have different strategies for different teams. Randalorians found that you can 2-1 dogfight against Sculpt Waka, knock him out for 20 seconds, and then just dominate map pressure. So it all depends if Splinter has readjusted their strategy specifically for the Randalorians. And I'm still leaning 50-50 depending on what has happened between the last major tournament and now. What do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah, I would like to hear. I would like to hear your take on that as well, Uplink. I mean, Kai, I would love to throw the question over to you. Do we see one of these newer teams, or potentially a team without some tournament wins under their belt, get their first one here?
I hope so. Truly. Always a fan of seeing the underdog come in. Like, underdog has my vote all the time. It's just more fun that way. It's more fun to root for the lesser known teams. It's great to see those upsets. Right. But we've got some super strong contenders on the high end, and with such a huge tournament, with such a great, massive prize pool, we're seeing the best of the best go head to head, and I'm looking forward to see how the teams adjust their play styles on the go. I think that's gonna decide who wins and who loses.
No, absolutely. Well, I do have word that we've got a wonderful video here to show you all, to explain kind of the Fleet Battles format, what we're going to be playing all day long. So make sure, if you aren't familiar with how Fleet Battles works, you pay attention, because this is what we've got going on for the next couple of hours. Check it out. For the weird shake up there, guys. Apparently
the Imperial Navy,
the video wasn't ready on time. That's all right.
Far, then you've clearly shown your worth to the Empire that you can at least pilot a TIE fighter. In this training video, we will break down a battle simulation of a fleet battle and teach you how to destroy the rebel fleet while protecting our own. Once we deploy you and your squad into the battlefield, you must make your way to the middle of the field to meet the rebel ships. This is called the opening phase. At the start of the phase, a Raider and C-90 Corellian corvette are deployed to the field to assist each team with gaining morale. During this phase, it is imperative that you destroy as many rebel ships as you can to win boosts of morale for the morale meter before the rebellion gets the advantage to attack our fleet first. Morale can be gained by destroying enemy player ships, enemy NPC ships, and enemy cruisers. Do not forget that losing friendly ships will cost you morale. Every death will count negatively against your team. You will notice that this phase is timed, and if neither team fills the meter all the way to their side, then the team with the highest morale at the end of the timer will go on the offensive. Once on the offensive, you'll be tasked with destroying 2 enemy frigates. A friendly raider will join in and assist. Fighters and interceptors can protect the raider from enemy ships that attempt to launch strikes on it. Before our bombers and fighters can make their runs on the enemy frigates, the shields on them must be taken out. All ships can assist the raider with their standard cannons and components to slowly whittle away the shields. Some of our ships can be outfitted with ion weapons, both cannons and missiles, to do significantly more damage to the shields. Fighters can be outfitted with one ion torpedo that can remove the shield of a frigate immediately upon impact. Once the shield is down, our bombers can make their attack runs with proton bombs and composite beam weapons to make quick work of the hulls of these frigates. Interceptors and fighters can assist by taking out turrets and applying damage to the hull with missiles and standard cannons. Now, just like in the opening phase, all ships on the field are worth morale, and if you lose your raider or friendly ships, you will also lose morale. If at any time your morale meter becomes completely overtaken by the enemy's morale, then you will be forced to retreat back and defend our fleet from the enemy ships. On the defense phase, you must stop enemy ships from destroying our fleet. Morale can be gained by attacking the enemy raider, destroying enemy player ships, or shooting down enemy NPC ships. All ships can assist in each of these tasks, but like on the offensive, some of our ships can be better utilized for particular tasks. Bombers, for example, are extremely effective at taking out the enemy raiders and NPC ships, thanks to the Goliath missiles and multi-lock missiles. Fighters and interceptors can also assist with protecting the bombers by taking out enemy players and NPCs. Remember that if you lose friendly ships, your morale meter will suffer, especially if you lose a frigate. It is important that you do everything you can to stop enemy ships from attacking your frigates at all costs to quickly turn the tides of the fight. Once your morale meter is filled up again, you will go back on the offensive. Now, if the rebels manage to get to our Star Destroyer, you must protect its subsystems at all cost. The Star Destroyer has 2 shield generators located on the very top of the ship, a power system underneath the ship, and a targeting system located on the central deck. Now, as the rebels begin to destroy our subsystems, the Star Destroyer will become vulnerable to all types of damage from the enemy ships. Once you destroy both of the enemy frigates, you can start your assault on the enemy's flagship. The shields of the MC-75 are much stronger than the Nebulons, and ion weapons will be extremely useful for this assault. Fighters can assault the flagship with specialized ion cannons and ion missiles to allow the surface of the ship and its subsystems to be exposed to standard weapons. Ion weapons can also be used on exposed subsystems to disable them for 30 seconds to allow for more time to attack. With the shields disabled, our fighters and bombers can make attack runs on the shield generators. Fighters can use their powerful proton torpedoes and piercing torpedoes to do significant damage to the subsystems. Bombers can utilize their proton bombs and composite beam weapons to quickly destroy subsystems such as the shield generators. Our interceptors can also play a role in this phase by attacking enemy player ships, defending our raider, and strafing the subsystems with their cannons. With the shields permanently down, our ships can make attack runs on the surface of the flagship and the other subsystems. Bombers can utilize their multi-lock missiles and Goliath missiles to make quick work of the turrets on the ship. Destroying the power system will create weak points in their hull that can be attacked by any ship. The power system is also extremely vulnerable to ion weapons and can be destroyed in a matter of seconds with just ion cannons. Now, with all the subsystems destroyed, your squadron can attack the non-destroyed sections of the hull with any bombardment. Target weak spots to deal critical damage to the ship. Once the ship loses too much of its hull, it will be completely destroyed. Congratulations, recruit. You've completed this training simulation. Good luck on the battlefield.
So there you have it, folks. That's what we will be playing all weekend long. It's going to be a lot of fleet battles, a lot of objective killing, and it should be a whole lot of fun. We're not going to want to waste any more time, though. We're going to get action kicked off now. My two lovely co-desk analysts will turn into our two lovely casters for this upcoming matchup. It's going to be Nord Squadron and the Storm Picklehorns to start off our day. So, fellas, please, without any further ado, take us in to our Swiss round one.
Yeah. All right, getting to game number
Horns.
one. That's going to be what? Nord versus Storm Pickle. Now, I don't know Nord, but I've actually queued against Storm Pickle in the ladder before. I recognize those names. In fact,
I'm rooting for them just because I love pickles so much.
True. They're always good with a side of wings.
Yes.
It looks like Pickle is going to be playing New Republic, while Nord is playing the Galactic Empire on this game. And the map is going to be random. So I guess we'll find out as the game gets in what map is chosen. But exciting stuff.
And don't forget, 1 like equal 1 more frame. So the more likes we get, the more frames the stream will get. So make sure to hit that like button. It helps fuel the team. It helps fuel everything to get us even more powerful. The more likes, the more hyped Hammer gets too. That's how it works.
Oh man. I don't know if I can get any more hype, man. This is exciting.
Dude, so pumped. Squadrons Esports, it's one of my favorite things in the Star Wars community right now. It's huge. I love to see how great the community has been rallying together to get these tournaments going. And
no, man.
Super pumped, man. Super pumped.
Well, it's like I've always wanted a competitive Star Wars game, and I love the ships in this world. So like, bada bing, bada boom, you know. And I like MOBAs, and this is very MOBA-like. So
it is. So for a while I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And then one of the first Squadron tournaments that we cast together, you're like, oh yeah, this is like a MOBA. I was like, my mind was blown. I'm surprised I was even continuing to cast at that point.
Well, yeah, like once you look at it that way, you know, like the rounds kind of make sense, right? Where the two frigates or the two raiders or cruisers, you know, they act as towers of sorts, and you've got your Corvette and your raider, they act as kind of mega creep. And then obviously the throne or the Imperial Star Destroyer or the MC-75 exists, yeah, like in MOBAs, like a throne of sorts. And you look at the roles too, right? Like the Interceptor exists kind of like a mid. They start a lot of the fights in the game. The bomber acts as like a jungler, you know, kind of attacks the neutral creep and keeps the game going and has very specialty, you know, move sets for things like attacking the subsystems and support, right? And then, of course, objective, I can't forget the objective fighters, right? The TIE fighter, the X-Wing, those exist kind of like safe lane. They do a majority of the damage moving forward on towers and such.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly like that, and that's what I love about the game. You have the super tight controls in general. Like everything feels fantastic. It feels like you are part of the Star Wars universe, flying a ship, and you are the pilot. And then you have all of these little intricacies in how the game is played and what you have to do for strategy. So you have to make sure you keep it going. And we are rocking and rolling, jumping in the tournament today.
See the beginning of this game. Let's check out these pilots. What are they running and how are they running it on? Pickle, you got yourselves, what does it look like? 3 Y-Wings, 2 A's, no support, and on Nord, 2 TIE bombers, 3 TIE bombers, a support, and an interceptor. Let's see how they handle this coin flip, though.
So, question for you: will we get to see Y-Wings?
Oh, definitely. The Y-Wing got a pretty decent mobility boost in this last, or buff per se, in this last patch, with 18.75 increase or decrease in boost activation cost. As we see the beginning of the coin flip, it looks like it's still a half and half, getting some player kills out here. Beamish does fall, but marks are out against Pickle. Let's see if they can survive. Morales at half and half. AI are being found by the bombers, but the interceptors on Nord does fall. Another player death with a 3v3 out here with the bomber Zaster pretty weak. Let's see what happens. 57 seconds to go in this coin flip, turning into a bit of a slugfest as no clear winner is found on Esselis. But again, the Bombers, the Y-Wings finding these packs, then get down a Goliath or multi-lock. We see the multi-lock coming out on here on this Y-Wing with an ICT as well to defend off against the defenders and the interceptors. Getting more AI, 38 seconds to go. Can they find more packs?
So we've got a slow start here. The teams are really getting to know how they each play. We've got Storm Picklehorns here on the New Republic side. So we're seeing a good focus on the New Republic side. Remind me who got to decide which faction each were on?
I would have to guess it was probably Nord Squadron, as most teams choose Empire as their first faction pick. There goes Wreckage down in his own wreckage.
Oh,
but
then
they still
right
have
back
majority
up with
morale.
the morale.
Yeah, getting the PKs as Beamish and Wicked Ways are both down. They get the first offense on Esselis.
Oh, there we go.
Esselis being a map that after you win this coin flip, the Corvette or the Raider and frigates are incredibly far away, a lot of distance to cover. Can Pickle be able to make up for this? We see Genie getting found, rebasing those shields at 25 hull, and is able to possibly get out of here, trying to reposition and getting in a circle of death against the other interceptor, having that map pressure. Well, let's find out what happens. Let's see if there's any ions on this New Republic side. Seeing a lot of rockets. A lot of interceptors, a lot of ship changes out here with a lot of rockets, some seeker mines. Let's see how they handle it. Shields are still up on both Charlie and Delta. The morale is being lost by the second, however, to the Empire. If they basically have to get down one of these shields to be able to keep momentum. A little bit of a bonk there on
Bounces
side.
right off.
Woo. Man, oh man. They're about to lose morale here. One more AI. Let's see how they do. There goes the flip as now Empire is able to come back and get their first assault on the New Republic. Not a good spot to be in, as Pickle was not able to capitalize on that coin flip and get down the shields on either of those cruisers. Again, the shields have ion, are susceptible to ion damage, and before the shields are drained, the passive Raider and Corvette that come out really don't do much. So you want to make sure to get those shields down as soon as possible to get that passive damage coming in to be able to keep these phases in your favor.
So we had the beautiful explanation of what Squadrons is, and now we're getting to see how the little intricacies of Squadrons comes into play. Even if you get the first coin flip with attacking, getting player kills, getting AI kills, you can see how that doesn't necessarily mean a lot if you can, as the other team, push even harder.
True. If the other team has a solid defense and is not getting punished for their AI farm, it won't matter, right? They'll just come in, and as we see, D shields have fallen entirely to these rotary cannons of these TIE bombers, but Saronic being found, getting a resupply, might not live all the way through. Let's find out at 30 hull, getting damaged quite a bit and flying pretty defensively. Strong plays, though, as one shield is down, the other one is around half in this current assault.
If Storm Picklehorns is able to get the victory in this, we're still in round one. We had a suggestion in the chat here that says it should be called Get Pickled.
Should be called what now?
Getting Pickled.
Getting Pickled. True! Getting Pickled with the shields on A and the hull at around 70%. The shields on B almost completely drained, but the morale slipping from them as each second goes on. I don't believe there's a lot of AI farming, though. If I go to the scoreboard well, no, actually, I think it's being counterset by player kills, as right now there are 30 AI on the Empire, and there are 34 AI kills on the other team. So it's a pretty even AI match out here. I think the PKs are deciding it, though.
And that's something that we don't normally see in Squadrons. Normally, it's the AI kills that are really decide the morale and how these teams are moving forward.
And there goes the phase flip back towards the New Republic, back towards the Pickle team. Let's see how they play it out. Again, they've got a little bit of ground to make up as they've lost shields on both of their frigates. But at the same time, both their frigates are still up and not out of phaseable. For anybody who's not aware, out of phasing is a concept in Star Wars Squadrons where even though you're on your defense phase, you can still go in. Of course, the DPS from the frigates or cruisers are going to be rather extreme, but you can still get some damage down and possibly get some morale back. 15 points for frigates or cruisers when you're on defense. And there are certain points where that makes 100% sense.
Definitely, and we've seen wins decided by out-of-phase destruction.
Some crazy wins, too.
Exactly. We've seen it in other tournaments, and we've seen it in other games. How if you can have such a strong offense in one round, you can take it all the way in the next round, whether or not you're attacking or defending.
Shields lost on C. D shields almost drained as well, but the morale is below a half for their favor as the Empire is able to get more AI. 4 of them are up, only 1 is down. Again, also people new to Star Wars Squadrons, kills when you are attacking are 5 points of morale, but when you are defending, they are 10 points, which is there for the morale to be able to go back and forth. So the idea is player kills are huge when you're defending. They are impactful when you're on the offense, but huge when you're defending. As we go back to the defense for the New Republic, for Storm Pickle Horns, Nord Squadron going to come in and take down A almost immediately, then rotate to B. We will most likely see a flagship assault from Nord Squadron.
So even with the strong opening that Storm Pickle Horns had, the Nord Squadron is doing a great job of keeping the offense here. They're doing a great job. A is almost down, and there goes wreckage.
True.
We've got 2 out of the field now. 1 just got jumped back in. That's rough. That's rough for Storm Pickle Horns here. Oh, there goes another one.
A lot
out
of PKs.
Of the match.
This is huge too because those interceptors, when they're down, aren't able to pressure against Nord Squadron, who's going to come in. I mean, they already have. Look at B. B is almost completely drained. They're going to knock down both at the same time and get into that MC-75 almost immediately.
And you see that strategy there. They're doing. They said, okay, we've got A almost down. Let's go get B first and then take down A.
Yeah. When you think about it, right? So you don't get any sort of bonus extra morale when your bar is full. So with A being almost dead, they didn't immediately tank A because it's not advantageous to do so. They want to wait until the morale bar has enough space in it to be able to maximize that 15 points they would be getting. As we begin the assault on the MC-75, looks like one of them is there. Saronic is in there destroying that shield gen. Gets it, actually, yeah, gets it down to around half, but does not destroy it. Ooh, a lot of player deaths. Wicked way down. Saronic down. Zaster down. Zaster coming back up in the bomber. We need to see Storm Pickle Horns find an AI pack or knock down that raider. They do, in fact, get a PK, a player kill, which will, in fact, push them back towards the offense. They've got to knock down C, they've got to knock down D, they've got to get onto the Imperial Star Destroyer and destroy, in my opinion, both shields to be able to take this back. Because by the time that they go back on defense, they have one of their shield gens at half, right? So the Empire is going to come in, knock that down, knock down the other one as well, and possibly knock down power. They have 1 more defense, maybe 2 if they're solid. So they need to come in and do some damage on that Star Destroyer, and of course on these cruisers.
Again, we're seeing, like you said, this team right here, Pickle Horns, needs to take it all the way in this match and go to the next phase, do a bunch of damage to the capital ship. Otherwise, we're going to see a struggle here, and Nord Squadron could take it in the next match, in the next round.
True, as the morale is still being rather held by Storm Pickle Horns. They need to get down damage quickly, and as we see, both C and D are roughly around 25%, getting knocked down almost at the same exact time. They're not really feeding at all. Genie is down, but we're not seeing a lot of AI pressure, nor are we seeing a lot of PK pressure. As the shields are being drained, their hull still remains. Again, a solid point for the New Republic having shields. The one exception is the Defender on the Empire has shields as well. D does fall!
Oh, very nice,
C,
very nice.
looking very tasty. They're going to take C as well, but they lose their Corvette. They lose that passive damage bringer on Assault. That will be possibly huge. Let's see how they play it out. That cruiser does fall. The ISD assault begins now. Again, this is going to be a do or die moment for the New Republic. Can they get in there and can they get some damage down?
And you see how Pickle here is trying to play it safe and not die as much as they can to keep that morale here. And
Exactly.
so they're doing attack runs, going on the outskirts, and then coming back in.
With that 10 points they lose, and they only gain 5 by getting player kills. As we just saw on the morale bar, they've got to make sure they can live as long as possible and not feed any sort of deaths. Morale is tipping, however, as AI are being found by these TIE bombers out here. Let's see how they do. They're not able to aggress against these TIE bombers, getting these neutral creeps fast enough, and the morale is being taken away. A player kill on Genie, making it a 4v5 on this push. Can they get in there? One of them is on the nose of the ISD.
Uh-oh.
Let's find out who, but the phase
there
flip
it goes.
has happened. A lot of them are too deep. Frozen is too deep, possibly going to die to the DPS of the Imperial Star Destroyer, but he's going into those shields. His shields have been drained. He is completely down.
Oh my gosh, we've got 2 down here.
Ooh.
We've got some switches out.
To be in. Because now the Raider's coming in, right? So they knock down those shields by the time the Raider gets there. Then the passive damage coming down on the MC-75 will be huge, will be massive. Getting some player kills out here is huge, though, as we see that they do knock Abtots out of the sky, which will be pretty advantageous on being able to defend, as there's not a pressure. But here comes Saronic, wants to get under those shields, gets the rotary down, starts dumping. He's going to take that shield, maybe! He does not. The right shield does fall, the left shield is around like 5%. Will we see a rotation from Disaster to the other shield? We most likely will. Here comes the drift, here comes the rotation, the rotary is being charged, it comes out, left shield has fallen, 2 subsystems have fallen on the MC-75, are they going to rotate to power? The morale is still in their favor, but Disaster will die any moment here, he does die, giving that morale back to half and half. Whew! We see
Beamish is getting back into the game here. Again, we're seeing Y-Wing. Oh my gosh, 3 down on Nord here.
Trying to get in that push, but just can't get the power system. They knock down both shields, though. This could be huge for Storm Pickle Horns if they can defend power, if they can find one more pack of AI before Beamish gets in here. There goes the flip, but a few seconds remain in between the phases. There goes the Goliath knocking it, or the Proton knocking that off, getting that damage down as it's not going to be shot down, but it's not going to knock down the power system as it remains on this defense stage. We have a bit of a drop, though. Looks like there's a disconnect going on the New Republic team. Maybe possible network issues. Not a good spot to be in for Storm Pickle, though.
Oh, this is gonna be tight here. Storm Pickle needs to take it all the way in this round. I'm surprised that Nord wasn't able to get the complete victory, but we saw a really good defense with Pickle team.
We did.
There.
This is going to be a bit of a bad luck spot, though, because it's a 4v5 due to network disconnects. Hopefully they can reconnect soon, but again, they might not be able to reconnect until the phase is over. Let's see how the team can play it, though. Frozen coming in, wants to get that shield gen. Shield's almost completely full, hasn't been contested. Goes for the sloop, a Vander sloop that is, to get under those shields. Under the shields, starts rocking those oxes off, starts firing.
Nice.
Down to 71. A teammate comes in as well. Kai comes in, gets that shield gen down to 66, but they're losing morale by the second. 52 hull left. Ooh, they lose their Corvette. They die as Frozen does fall, and the flip goes back towards Nord Squadron. No shields left on the MC-75. Power almost completely drained. Only targeting remains rather untouched. Firing at that shield gen above the Imperial Star Destroyer shields, though, so it does not do any damage. Power does fall. So when power falls on a flagship, what does that mean? Up to 5 weak points are going to be made. Each weak point that gets destroyed takes out 7.5% of the flagship's health. So all in all, a lot of damage comes down. You can see those weak points as the blue spots. We saw one just completely explode there from that Y-Wing coming in, or that interceptor coming in, doing damage. Trying to defend the best they can. The MC-75 now below half. The beacon Yo.
Hello there.
Thank you
We
guys.
are back.
Yeah.
It's all thanks to your beautiful likes.
Mm-hmm. 1 like, 1 frame. Let's go.
It's all thanks to the beautiful team over that are helping us out in running this tournament. We appreciate you guys so much. But we're back. We're ready to talk Squadrons, esports. Let's rock and roll. So what did you think about the last game that we had? So for people who were tuning in after the fact or just getting back in, we had
Storm Pickle.
Storm, Pickle, Horn, and Nord Squadron going head-to-head. We saw a lot of non-meta gameplay there. Usually we see something similar to, we've got a couple bombers, we see a support, and we see maybe an X-Wing or an A-Wing on the Republic side. We didn't really see that. We saw not the normal meta here, and we saw both teams. Usually it's like one team has this one strategy and the other team has something maybe a little bit different, but both teams there were doing something completely different, and we saw some great matches there.
Yeah, it was refreshing to see. A lot of the time, you see a lot of defenders running out doing their objective damage, and that game, I don't think we saw a single defender.
Which is weird. Since the defender came out, it's like everyone plays the defender, but we didn't see any there.
Nope,
So.
we just saw a lot of bombers, and I mean that makes sense too. The last patch came out, and the Y-Wing, again, as said per game, had a huge buff in its movement activation costs, where they went down a lot. So it can basically fly around much like a ping pong ball around the map, a lot more than it used to, which helps with its evasiveness quite a bit in the current state of the game.
I just got an image in my mind of each of the capital ships holding ping pong paddles and tossing the Y-Wings back and forth.
Doing the strawberries and bananas, or however that ping pong serve goes. I haven't played in years, so.
Yes, boom. So great match there. Something that we don't normally see. I'm really interested to see how they adjust it for the next match here. But we're seeing, again, Storm, Picklehorn, and Nord Squadron, and I'm looking forward to it. These are some great Squadrons names. And so far, they're pretty neck and neck in how they're playing. We saw a pretty strong opening from Storm Picklehorn, and then we saw some pretty good defense from them, but they weren't able to deal the damage that they needed to get that victory.
And part of it could have been an unfortunate network disconnect that ended up happening on Storm Pickle. So we might be able to see a Redeemer coming into game number 2 if, again, it's all 5 are able to play in the game the whole entire time.
Yes.
And it looks like the faction is going to be flipped, as Storm Pickle is now going to go in Galactic Empire, where Nord is now going on NR. The map, again, is going to be SLS.
Okay. Interesting choice there. I mean, I'm always looking forward to when they go to Yavin.
Oh yeah, SLS is a good.
My angle. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But SLS has been a really popular one.
SLS is a good choice for being able to haul coin flips, because the Raider and the frigates start off so far away that if somebody dominates a coin flip, they've got so much distance to cover. It's a good counter choice when you feel like you're not going to win that coin flip quickly. As also the AI are spread out enough where your AI farming is relatively safe. So it's somewhat of a defense-friendly map compared to something like Yavin, where there's nothing and everything is close, and at the end of the game, the flagships are on top of each other. So you're fighting.
It's a very vertical map. So question for you: we're seeing a little bit of some discussion on what the meta is. First off, let's talk about what meta is, and then we can talk about how it affects the game here and what it's been popular so far. So meta is basically the inner workings and the strategy of the game. So you can see specific strategies that are popular and are most effective in the game, like we've been talking about. How we usually see some TIE defenders, we see maybe 2 TIE bombers, we see maybe just a regular TIE, and then we see a support ship. So that's usually the meta, and we see some pretty straightforward strategies in what Squadrons is played as. And we usually see that in every tournament. So can you tell us what are some of the popular things in Squadrons meta?
Oh, I mean, you've got the Defender, obviously, the objective damage bringer. You've got a lot of X-Wings coming in to get the double shield disables on the Imperial Star Destroyer. The TIE Bomber, just this absolute tank of a unit. And a lot of the high-level games, too, you see a lot of teams not switching out ships because in some high-level games, phases only last about 2 minutes on average. So the amount of time that it takes to get back to your flagship, switch out a ship, and come back out can be almost up to a third of your phase, depending on how far you are in the field. So we see a lot of teams committing. The fighters tend to come out with ions because it's the quickest way to get down shields on either the mega creep in the form of the Corvette or the Raider, the actual frigates or cruisers, or the actual flagships. And you see the bombers coming out with multi-locks and usually Goliaths because multi-locks can lock up to 4 enemies at a time, which is great for the neutral creep who travel in groups of 5. And Goliaths, if aimed correctly, can knock out all 5 AI in a pack at once, which is, again, 15 points on defense. That is 1.5 player kills.
Yes. It's so originally when Squadrons came out, we saw a lot of the meta, and matches are usually taking 10 to 15 minutes. And now we're starting to see, right off the bat, we're seeing 2-minute matches normally. With how the game has gone forward and how it's been adjusted. And we're seeing a lot more of that speed and the destruction there. But really looking forward to seeing what these teams are doing. But first, I think we're heading towards a break.
Yep, it looks like it.
Excellent.
Looks like we possible fixing of the stream. We'll find out.
We're working towards it again. Each like equals 1 new frame. Can we get to? I mean, 60 is the preferable, but we can get. I think we can get to more than that. We have multiple. We probably have 1,000 hertz monitors over here. We could probably fill up.
Yo.
Hi. Hello. What's up? We're back. We're back for some Squadrons fun.
Yeah, we got ourselves, it's going to be Shrapel versus TNE Death Squadron for Swiss round number 2. Thank you guys for staying with us through these difficulties. I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
We love you, chat. I have been having a blast keeping up with all of you in the YouTube chat, while Hammer has been rocking and rolling the Twitch chat. It's been a great time. We've been talking gonks. We've been talking the best clone ever. We're talking how B-Wing is the best wing. So
Bay-Wing.
While we were rocking and rolling, the team was working to get everything fixed. Hopefully it's nice and smooth. And we were continuing to have the matches go. So we were keeping up with the schedule. Hammer, would you like to keep us up, give us updates on what's been rocking and rolling as we get into this match here?
So I believe that Norm game number 2, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, as we're about to come into game number 1 of the Swiss round number 2 of Shrapel versus TNE Death Squad, with Shrapel being on the New Republic with the 3 bombers, 1A and 1U, and Death Squad coming out with those 3 bombers, 2 fighters. Again, the bombers are huge, especially the Y-Wing now. After that movement buff, they can survive so long on the field. Let's see how we do this coin flip, though. Shrapel, a team to not be messed around with. let's see how they play it. Coming into the field, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Here comes in the players. Can they get the PKs? They find a decent amount of AI packs as the 15 points go towards Team Shrapel, but not enough to get that coin flip as TNE takes back that morale. Whew. Can they rotate and burn that Raider quick enough? The Raider has been marked. It's at 97. They're trying to get that 20 points to finish it off. Can Shrapnel do it? Is the big question. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Trying their best to get sort of morale, but again, every second that goes on, the Empire is finding AI packs and also trying to destroy the Corvette at the same exact time. They get a PK, though, on Rupture. Let's see how they play it. 48 seconds to go. The morale is still in the New Republic's favor. Oh, but they lose that Corvette. Then they lose... Oh, solid plays. A little more morale left for Shrapnel, and they will take this first phase on Phostar Haven. We see Boss Nass finding a pack of 5 AI, trying to get some lasers down on it. Let's see if they can do it. 25 seconds to go. The morale's at half and half. It's turning into a bit of a slugfest of a coin flip. It can be anybody's game. Mauser being found. Mauser's at half shield, getting a bunch of aggro on him while he tries to get down these AI.
Shrapnel doing a great job with that really strong offense here with that morale. Oh, Mauser's getting taken down. Oh. And Mauser is out.
Making it a 4v5 on this beginning phase. But again, this is Phostar Haven. And our winning flip is actually pretty huge. Just due to how AI work on this map and the AI pressure. It is a good, solid counter to how long these phases can last on Phostar Haven. As we look at the New Republic going into their first offense, let's see how they play it out. Who has the ions and where are they going? Let's find out.
Oh, okay. Getting back into the game here. Boss Nass going towards cruisers.
We see Pandacron with an ion bomb. And it looks like that's the only ion damage coming up. But C's shields have completely drained. They still have a decent amount of morale.
Oh, they're doing some damage on C as well.
Ooh, going for a 1 Raider burn into the second. D shields are falling quickly too. The resupply's coming out to be able to keep these players in with their bombs. We see the bombs being dropped by that Y-Wing. A lot of damage coming down on Charlie, now at around half. And the morale still sitting at half and half with the New Republic in favor. Mauser out here getting damage now, not getting contested by players, just getting the passive damage from that cruiser. That cruiser now at 16, it has been beaconed, or repeated beacons, getting so much damage. But Panda finally getting found, a little bit of player aggression coming out. Losing shields, Mauser about dead. Panda almost low on shields, Mauser loses shields, gets Ion. Bool might get knocked out, does not get punished for that Ion.
That squad doing a really good job of bringing back the morale here. He's hanging on by a thread.
Exactly, but the thing is if they can't secure it before C does fall, that gives them even more time to offense, but they do get it. They're going to out of phase that one frigate most likely, because again, it's Phostar Haven. Getting morale is hard. There's the 15 points. They out of phased it. Only one cruiser remains on the Empire side. It all depends on how they play this defense.
And what were we talking about in the earlier matches, if you weren't here for it, the morale planning, and you can attack these ships out of phase strategically if you are in the position to do so. And like we just saw there, they took advantage of how low C was to take it out of phase and get that extra morale. And morale is very important in making sure the flips on these teams goes from defense to offense. And that's what you're looking for in Star Wars Squadrons.
I want to make a point out here, too. On this offense from TNE Death Squadron, you've got 5 TIE Fighters. I have not seen that before. If we look at the loadouts, what is going on out here? You got yourselves Proton Torp,
I didn't even notice.
Repair, Conch, Proton Torp, Conch, or Concussion Missile, that is. That's what Conch is. Ion Torpedo and Piercing Torpedo and Proton Torpedo and Concussion Missile. So a lot of damage coming out on these TIE Fighters. Just trying to get damage as much downfield as they can on these frigates. D shields have been drained. C shields sit around half, though when you sit on the defender side, D becomes A, B becomes C. But the same idea sits. One is down shield. Both are down on shields, while one is at half. One is completely full on hull. These TIE Fighters not dying. I say that, Caster's Curse. Pool does, in fact, die. But still, being able to hold on to the morale as much as possible.
Oh, that was a beautiful drift there.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Not bonking into anything, flying Chili, getting out of there. D looking pretty weak. If they can get D before Flip, that's going to extend out their phase even longer. A few AI are being found by Shrapel,
Moving like a
however.
TIE defender.
Yeah, I know. Whew. I'll try spinning. Maybe that'll work.
I'll try. That's Squadrons' version of that is I'll try drifting. That seems like it works.
They take Delta. Sees Hull looking very tasty for the Empire, for TNE Death Squadron, as now the morales are roughly at half and a half. And again, this is Fostar. As I said before, getting morale on this map is so hard due to where the AI are, due to how easy it is to find and aggress AI farmers. Absolutely brutal, and we're seeing that right now. As hinted to earlier, this map is very Empire favored, and we can see that in how the Empire is playing out here and how much damage they're getting downstream. See now below half at 33, and continual TIE fighter damage.
They are doing a fantastic job with capitalizing on the offense here. They are losing the morale, so it looks like they may be switching soon.
Woo!
Oh, they take some back.
They have a small window to attack the MC-75. If they can get in there and destroy a shield, that will be brutal. Absolute monstrosity. It all depends if somebody can get in there before AI stacks are being found or before PKs happen. There's the player kill, and it does go back to New Republic. Let's see how they can play it out. Again, not a good spot to be in. They've lost both of their frigates, but they have to take down one of these cruisers and do some damage on that Imperial Star Destroyer.
Beautiful. Just as we're talking about it, and we've got 3 down on Death Squad here, getting back into the game, but it's a great spot for Shrapnel to get and take advantage of the lack of enemy fighters getting in here. And the amount of time it takes to get to the objective on this map, you can see it. It's a lot more casual on those flips there. You have to do a little more effort to get to where you need to go in this map.
Unlike maps like Yavin, where the ships get stupidly close, on Fostar they retain a relatively static distance from one another throughout the game, which does.
And it takes like 15 years to get to them.
You have to basically use that side area, I nickname it the fishbowl, to be able to get through without getting called out, because if you fly in open space, obviously you're going to be seen. As they take down that last cruiser, they go towards a ISD offense. We see Pandacron on top of that Imperial Star Destroyer, gets under the sloop, starts damaging that shield, gets that shield down somewhat, begins a bit of a bow tie maneuver to be able to get back, starts rotating through, gets down to the other shield again, starts getting damage on the right shield, has fallen! One sub down on the Imperial Star Destroyer, the other sub is at half health. Start dumping into it, start getting some damage down quickly.
Very nice moves from Shrapnel here. Doing a fantastic job. There goes the other shield generator, and they're putting themselves in a great spot, keeping that morale quite strong.
Not
There's a little
dying!
bit of it.
A rotation to power. Pandor's going to go for it, try to get that down, possibly get some weak points instead, trying to get some possible aggression. Get those homing, actually getting the homing beacons.
Is Endo still alive?
I don't know!
Look at that, he's regenerating.
Trying to knock down those tractor beams to make sure that knocking down power will happen. Gets a PK as Pandar does in fact fall. One more AI and it'll go back. There goes the flip. Can they get power though in this in-between phase? Starts dumping into it. Power is at around 60. It does not fall as the DPS on the Imperial Star Destroyer comes right back up, which is the damage per second. Because again, on defense, the flagship becomes an insta-kill machine.
So question, I saw one, it looked like they almost intentionally died in that map. In that match there. Is that a strategy to get closer to the spawn point to defend?
Somewhat, yeah. So sometimes it's better to full send, especially at flip, because the thing is, if you're too deep into the Imperial Star Destroyer or the MC-75, the likelihood of getting out is probably near zero. So it's better to try to get as much damage as you can get downfield if you know that you're not going to survive a peel or an escape, than it is to try to escape and do nothing. As we see Boolers come in, Boolers wants to take that shield gen. It has been beaconed. You can see by the red triangle on the shield gen. Right shield has fallen. Left shield starts getting dumped into by a rotary. Overcharged, knocks it down. 2 shield gens down. It's half and half. The rotation to power is there. Power starts getting dumped into. It is in fact going to fall. 5 weak points have been made. 3 subsystems down on the MC-75. But morale is losing by the second. Can they hold on? The ions out of the meme streams, but not overly punished for it. Get some damage on hull, but not knocked out. We see beam coming down on the MC-75 hull, not knocking down that sub though. The weak points does in fact fall. Murderfest out here. Bull is down. Meme stream is down. They're trying to take down targeting before flip. Can they take down targeting before it goes though? Oh,
Maybe.
got shot down. We saw that Proton get shot down entirely, targeting to 67. They've got a few
Working on
seconds
it.
before the DPS turns on. It is not going to happen. Targeting still remains up, and they do fall.
There goes Flying Chili.
Cooler's down, Luke is down, Flying Chili down, Rupture at half, Meme Stream still alive in that TIE Bomber. Neck and neck race here as the MC-75 is not out of phaseable. You have to, well, it technically is, but not easily out of phaseable. And the Imperial Star Destroyer has lost power, or left and right power is still up.
This is a fantastic spot for Shrapel to be in. If they can keep the morale, it's slowly going down, but if they can keep the morale and actually take advantage of it, they are in a fantastic spot. Shield generators are gone.
Out of phasing attempts from Flying Chili coming into the MC-75. This is now a race! A base race to who can destroy the flagship the quickest. Of course, people attacking the ISD, the Imperial Star Destroyer, have the advantage where they're not going to immediately die if they can get those weak points. We saw Pandar found one. He saw the other. If he can rotate to it, they're going to win. The MC-75 still at 30. They're not going to be able to take it in time as the ISD will in fact fall, giving the win to Shrapnel.
Whoa.
Bada bing, bada boom.
That's what we're talking about.
Let's see that scoreboard. What happened that game? We got ourselves 23 AI kills on TNE Meme Stream, 24 on Boolers, 16 on Mauser, 15 on Pandar, 18 on Boss. Again, Fostar's not a very AI-friendly map. It plays itself a lot to being able to get the few picks that you're able to get, and we see that. Not a lot of player deaths, not a lot of AI, but again, the faces get dragged out. But still a win for Shrapnel, a win!
That was big, and that was so. For those of you just tuning in now, we had a match at the first one that we watched, and it was Storm Pickles. Just gonna call them that, and Nord Squadron. They're going neck and neck on Esselis, and
Yes.
we saw a completely different game than what we just saw now. We saw a lot of player kills and we saw a lot of AI kills, and it was back and forth, and they were taking the advantage with those player kills. And in this match, we saw the reverse. We saw a focus on those AI kills, and we weren't seeing massive amounts of number just because of how the map affects the gameplay.
Again, this game is a lot of map pressure and map control. Depending on the way the map's terrain works, the way that the distance works really affects how teams end up playing the certain rounds in the certain games. Again, like Nadiri is a great example of an anti-AI farming pick, because Nadiri, there are AI that will just insta-die when the game starts, and you will almost never, except for in the coin flip opening phase, you will never find packs of 5 AI until maybe the very end of the game. So it becomes a PK-centric map, and much like Fostar gets dragged out like this too until the very end. It ends up making the phases and making the flips matter even more. Versus, a map like Yavin where you're going to find 5 stacks every single time.
Yes.
The flips happen quickly. But of course, to counter that, you can aggro against the AI farmers just as quickly.
Mm-hmm. So definitely looking forward to seeing what these teams do in the next match and how they're going to approach the strategies, because I'm interested to see which sides each teams get to be on, because we're seeing with the changes that they've made, we're seeing not necessarily a focus on one side of the coin with New Republic versus the Empire. Historically, Empire has been super overpowered, but we're seeing more of a balance if you can do the strategies correctly, because each one has a different power. So if you can utilize it that way.
I have the take right now that in terms of balance, in fighting games, there's the 8-2, the 3-7, and all that when you determine matchups. I think right now the game is incredibly balanced with regard to using the movement mechanics that the community has found. I think that Empire is probably 55 and New Republic's probably 45, which is pretty balanced.
Yeah.
A lot of it comes down to individual players' mechanics and skills most of the time, and which is nice to see.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to it, man. This is we are in such a good spot, and I think it's hilarious every time that we've had a tournament, whether that be Operation Ace, whether that be the Calrissian Cup, and now we've got the Twin Suns tournament. They like to drop a patch right before that and just switch things up just slightly to change it up completely. And we're seeing a huge focus on that with the Y-wing changes.
I know the Y. So for people watching that might not, like watch patch notes exclusively and don't have an ear to the wall, the latest patch came out, the final patch for the game, and it did two things. It buffed the X-wings movement activation cost, and it super buffed the Y-wings, and that it ends up keeping those two ships alive even more than before to be able to deal with the way that the defender flies and the way the defender plays in the community and in this pro scene. What you're going to see is a lot of just crazy movements back and forth, a lot of instantaneous in a lot of directions.
And we're seeing that last match we saw. Oops, all TIE fighters. Like that was the thing.
That was new. I like that.
I didn't notice it until you pointed it out, and like that's a strategy there. That is a strategy, and I think that's seeing the changes that they made to the TIE Defender. So they nerfed the TIE Defender quite a bit, and we're seeing a lot more of a focus of teams saying, okay, yeah, I use the TIE Defender because it was the best. Now, which one do I want to use now that they're pretty on par? Do I want to go with one that I enjoy versus one that's in the meta? And I think we're seeing a lot more of that. I enjoy this, so I'm going to play it.
And there's things too, right? Like I still think the skill ceiling for this game, while we're reaching to it, it hasn't been completely found. There are teams that are nearing it, but a lot of it comes down to your individual execution, right? This is a unique game, unlike other MOBAs, where you've got the X and the Y, that's known, but you've got the Z axis, which ends up affecting the way that you fly, the way you evade, and the way that you re-engage targets. Optimizing on that is huge, right? And I think that teams are still finding ways around that. And because of that, ships that maybe aren't deemed as powerful, like the TIE Fighter, still have a spot very easily.
Definitely.
In players right now.
I love to see it. Hopefully, this wasn't on stream because we were dealing with those technical difficulties, but we did see a B-wing on which team was it? Was it it was Pickle Squadron?
I believe it was Pickle, but it might have been Nord. I'm not too sure.
So we hopefully we get to see more of the Pickle Squadron here.
True. As we go into these loadouts, we see ourselves.
Or not Pickle Squadron, B-wing.
True. We see ourselves with 2 defenders, 2 bombers, and a Reaper. That's a pretty standard opener where you've got yourselves 2 sort of map pressure objective fighters, 2 hardcore bombers for getting the AI, and of course the support. The big question is, what is the support running for Oxes? Let me check. On that Reaper, you got yourself Supply Droid and Targeting Beacon, which is nice to see. For a while, Mark and Mask was a pretty strong meta, but Mask got a bit of a nerf to it, which then allowed for the reviability for things like Supply Droids, which can keep players in the game even longer, which we saw before in the last game as the Supply Droids were coming out and keeping those phases alive for even longer than normal.
Yeah. So, question for you.
Go for it.
Do you think we'll see a lot of really short matches, or do you think we're going to see a lot more stretched out? With the skill level, we could easily see something super quick as we're seeing the game start to move towards that direction. But that first match,
I think as the teams are solidifying themselves in the rankings, and especially as we go into the playoff days, we're going to see a lot quicker and a lot more hectic matches, because as the teams are going up in the ranks and we start to see possibly the more cut of the chaff, which, not to say this isn't the cut of the chaff, but as we see the ones that are proven through the Swiss rounds today, we're going to see a lot of optimized AI runs where you're going to see the morale bar. This is a little tip too. You're going to see the morale bar instantaneously go back and forth where there's not an explanation in the numbers. And that's because they're finding Goliath and multi-lock hits that instantaneously knock out all 5 at the same time.
Okay.
And you're going
so
to see
for people just
shifts.
Getting into the game, what are you talking about right now? What
Yeah, so,
for me as let's just say I'm just tuning in. I saw EckhartsLadder has this huge thing. What's going on here?
Yeah, so we've got ourselves this idea of neutral AI. It's going to be either X-Wings or TIE Fighters on the field. Now, how this game works is there's a morale system, right? And the morale decides whether you're on attack or defense, where if you're on defense, if you try to go on an attack, the enemy's frigates, cruisers, and MC-75 and Imperial Star Destroyer have so much damage output, they'll instantaneously kill you. But how you're able to get back morale when you're on defense is to attack, like we see these bombers going for these TIE fighters. That was a smart Gaul hit. That's a dumbfire Goliath. It's gonna land. If it doesn't get shot down, you're gonna see the morale bar go back and forth. But how you get morale on defense is you knock out these neutral creeps, which give you 3 points per. That was that 15 bar, right? That was the whole entire stack getting hit by that dumbfire Goliath. We see another Goliath hit right there with a +3 × 5. That's 15 points. You get that, and you also get it by player kills. But ooh, a bit of a bomb.
What in the world was that?
Yeah, a boost right into it. But the idea is that when you're on defense, you want to make it go back to offense as soon as possible. So it's one of the avenues, because players, are a little more squirrely, harder to kill. The AI exists as a mechanic to bring you back on the offensive front. But as we're in this game, we saw back and forth on this morale. We do see that Shrapel takes the offense on Empire, able to get down that Corvette and get solid stacks of AI, trying to get Lucas, possibly knock him out of the sky. He was beaconed, but does not, in fact, get him, and instead leans back so he can begin his assault phase on these cruisers. Oh, my bad. Death Squad won that flip. Misspeaking there.
Okay, we're seeing right off the bat, we're seeing him seeing these teams go after those AI to try to get that morale back. And like right now, he's just trying not to get targeted.
Exactly, right? Well, that's the hard part about Fostar. Due to, outside of coin flip, due to how the AI end up spawning on the field, it's really easy to aggress, essentially, the enemy bombers that are trying to get that 15 points per stack, right? And obviously, if they get that person, they're out of the game for 20 seconds, and they get 5 points of morale on the attacking team. And this map is especially brutal for that. As we can see, the morale bar is not moving that much despite a lot of attempts to get AI. I say that, and they find a 5 stack, right, of AI getting that 15 points. But damage is coming down too little too late, as the shields on Charlie and Delta have completely fallen. Delta especially taking a lot of damage out here, now falling to 54%. Continual rotations coming out from Boolers in that X-Wing, that burst lasers. For anybody coming in too, you might be asking yourself, why are these X-Wings running burst lasers exclusively? So, there are different types of lasers in this game. There are bursts, there are standards, there are rapids, and there are rotaries, depending on what type of ship you're running. The burst cannons are the only lasers in this game that don't have damage drop-off. So essentially, most lasers, besides rapids, have about a range of 1,000 units. And you can see that number in the bottom when people are targeting. You can see that on the map when you're looking at stuff in the distance. But burst cannons, from 1,000 units away, do the same amount of damage as from 5. So they are the most reliable source of DPS, damage per second, to do on objectives, which is a cruiser, flagship, Corvette, Raider, what have you. So you're going to see a lot of these fighters that exist as objective damage machines using burst cannons almost exclusively. As we see them lose their offensive phase, that cruiser's at 15. That's usually the magic number that says it's out of phaseable. And again, since it's Fostar and morale is near impossible to find, I will bet you they're going to go for that. They do get it! They knock it out of the sky, but a player does fall in the process. Meme streams does fall as they go back on defense. They've still got shields on both of their frigates. Not a bad spot to be in. Let's see how they play it out. As we have the defenders trying to get some picks on the X-Wings out here. Possibly, Raptor trying to get a bit of a joust with Ando Senpai. Let's see if it happens. Few AI are being found by the New Republic. Looks like they're going to try to go for an Ion on the Raider. Again, the Raider is a solid 20 points. So that is essentially, an AI pack plus a player kill. That is huge to be able to get the morale back, especially, again, on a map that is so AI unfriendly, like Fostar Haven or like Nadiri Dockyard. You'll see a lot of that, where they immediately go for Raider Burn. We see the Raider Burn happening. The 20 points will give back, pushing the morale back in the New Republic's favor, but it's still their defense phase as the Empire continues to dump into Delta, taking down Delta's hull to nearly nothing. Charlie still has shields, however.
Ooh.
as these Empire defenders are able to back off these Y and these X-Wings. We do see continual damage. That Nebulon has been marked. It is at 6. It almost falls, but then in the process, Mauser does fall as well. A PK does happen. A few more AI and it'll flip back. But again, if they can get Delta, it'll give them 15 points to be able to extend out this phase. And again, extending out this phase might be what they want, or it might not be what they want, right? Because if they don't go for it right now, and they do it out of phase per se, right? Then their defense phase is even shorter. They'd essentially be giving up that 15 points. They might have waited on purpose there.
It's all about strategy. It's all about when you want to actually take those morale points. Because if they did it right now, and they're ahead, it's just going to be mute point there. They want to use it strategically if they are in a bad spot. But it's the decision of the players there.
As we go towards an ISD Imperial Star Destroyer assault, we see Flying Chili come in, looking at power, wants to take it immediately to get those weak points open. Starts flying in, might get some ions down. We see the ion being fired, but that power does in fact fall because, again, something that might not be apparent to new players is ions will nuke power system. It's the only subsystem that it'll do extra damage to, but if you ion power system, especially when it's beaconed, you can immediately destroy it. Right shield does fall. Left shield down. Power down. Or right shield. The other shield looking very tasty at 26. Has to get under the shield. Gets under the shield. Get some burst cannons down.
Oh, there goes.
The sky. 3
very
subsystems
nice.
Down on the Imperial Star Destroyer, but still full hull with almost no morale left in that bar. A PK does happen. Meme Streams is dead. One more
That's
AI
what we're talking
will do
about. So that squad working on doing some damage before they get kicked back out of there.
Exactly, knowing that they're too deep in there, Flying Chili just starts dumping into targeting, gets it almost completely knocked down, but too little too late, as now Shrapnel is on the offense. Can they take this back? A is about to fall, right, but B still has a full entire hull. It's a hard spot to be in because the ISD, the Imperial Star Destroyer, is at 62, which means that they essentially have to win now, because by the time that they go back on defense, that Corvette's going to come in, and that passive damage is going to knock down that Imperial Star Destroyer almost immediately. So it's do or die out here, as they're saving Delta for the very last second to save those 15 points, knocking into a marked Nebulon, which is Charlie, getting it down to 32, and falling quickly as they're all out there with those burst cannons on those defenders and those bombers. Bombers running rotary most likely, while the defenders run burst. Gets it down to almost nothing, knocks it out of the sky.
Beautiful,
to Delta.
beautiful there.
Oh, but a bonk. Ooh, oh, sad. Senpai down. Boss Nass at half. The MC-75 assault begins now. They have to one-phase this, where a phase is between attack and offense. Can they do it? Let's find out.
So we've got some pretty standard layouts here. We've got, again, we're seeing that defender. Is this the first time we've seen the defender in the tournament so far? Or
I believe so, because most teams were not playing the defender before this in our Swiss games. We see Ando trying to get possible picks, Mauser trying to get possible picks as well as they begin their group assault, but again, they're losing morale by the second. They have to get in and do something now. That shield looks pretty tasty. They knock down a shield to almost nothing, but they don't knock it down completely. They're on top of the MC-75 like Hornets. Can they get it is the big question. They take down the left shield, but they've almost lost morale.
Oh, and they fall back.
One more player kill. Yep, there it goes on defense. Shrapnel might not be able to take it back. I guess we'll find out. They have to have a pretty strong defense here. They didn't knock down both shields, so it's not going to be as easily out of phaseable.
It was beautiful cinematic shots there.
Yeah. Let's see how they play it out. The ISD at around 60 hull. The morale almost full entirely.
They need to keep that defense strong if they want to take advantage of this.
True. Knocking out targeting, which will knock down the passive damage by 50% on the Imperial Star Destroyer. That'll be huge for helping the Corvette get in there and not get destroyed, as well as helping survivability of the New Republic team of Death Squad as they come in and rain down that death. We see weak points being found. We see damage coming down. One more weak point. It's at 10 hull, 9 hull, 5 hull. It will, in fact, fall. The ISD. There she goes. As Death Squad takes game number 2, making this a 1-1 Swiss round.
So
with
let's
all
break
that
down the
synchronized
Swiss.
X-Wings. Yeah.
I know it confuses me every time. I've heard it a few times, but
23
for
AI,
this,
nice.
for these qualifiers, we're doing a Swiss tournament here, and
Yeah.
again, we're looking at the scoreboard here. We've got some pretty standard layouts in terms of AI spread and player kill spread. Player kills being a
74K
lot
on
fewer.
Mauser.
Oh my goodness! Woo.
Yeah, a lot of damage out there. Yeah, but so Swiss. So how Swiss works is the first round is essentially randomized. It's teams facing any possible team, right? And the idea is that you want to go 2-0. And as the Swiss rounds go, the winners face the winners, the 1-1s face the 1-1s, and the 0-2s face the 0-2s. So by the end of the Swiss rounds, I believe there's going to be 5 today with tiebreakers coming afterwards. We should have teams essentially like, for lack of a better term, sweating it out as the day goes on, as the games become tighter and tighter, as the skill levels are being matched into each game.
So versus other types of tournaments where you have there is a seed as well. So as the number 1 seed go against the 16th seed and you head to head, this is more skill based. And really looking forward to seeing how these teams stack up. And we'll be returning right after this break. Looking forward to it.
Boom.
/EckhartsLadder. And folks, welcome back to the Twin Suns 20K tournament. I am your host, Hunted, here all weekend long with you. We've got Uplink back on the desk. We're going to say hello to R1 here to bring you into the show.
Hey,
we apologize for all the technical difficulties a little bit earlier on, but everybody knocked it out of the park, and we are kicking right on through, jumping into this Swiss round number 3. So R1, welcome to the broadcast. How have you been watching the show so far?
It's been an exciting event so far. I know we've got a lot of, over 150 Squadrons participants in the event today. It is some exciting action to watch. We've got some beautiful cinematic photography going on today. It is
fantastic.
Squadrons at its finest.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And Uplink, a bit of a scrambly start there, but still some great matchups to start the day.
Fantastic matchups from against the meta to right in the meta. We're getting a lot of variations. We're seeing a lot of differing types of play here, which I'm really happy to see. A lot of Y-Wings, a strange amount of X-Wings and just TIE fighters generally. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what these next matches are going to be like. And very glad to be joined by you beautiful people as well. Shout out to all of the people in the chat as well, keeping us all hyped up and staying in even through all of these technical difficulties. We greatly appreciate you guys all in the chat.
And if you are in the chat right now and you would like an opportunity to win one of our title hardware sponsor in Thrustmaster's lovely flight sticks, I've got one myself. They are giving away a couple of the T1600 bundles. Make sure you check the link in chat for how to sign up there. And they, again, I can speak personally to the quality of those T1600s. Awesome stuff from Thrustmaster, and give yourself an opportunity to get a leg up on the competition here in Squadrons, especially if you've never used a flight stick like that. I can't speak to it enough. And guys, I don't know about what kind of your setups you have, but all across the Squadrons kind of landscape here, different players, different setups, but I think Thrustmaster kind of at the forefront, regardless of who you talk to.
I know I've got one myself. I don't have the fancy T16 setup, so I might have to. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to enter that promotion, but I might have to. But they are fantastic flight sticks. I've put easily over 100 hours into the ones that I've got right now. Can't wait to, I can't say enough good things about it. Good times.
Definitely. I know I personally drool over those. I'm a measly controller player, but every time I see that, I'm like, oh my goodness, yes.
Well, fellas, the reason why we're here today is obviously to play some fleet battles to figure out who's the top 16 are going to be heading into tomorrow, where we've got that whole single elimination bracket, 20K on the line. It's going to be really exciting coming down to the wire. But now that the first 2 rounds are over, you're heading into round number 3. You've got, 4 games under your belts, whether it started well for your team, whether you would have liked a little bit of a better start. It's kind of the middle ground point right here. What do you have to do to kind of reset yourself, regardless of how your start has been? Because it's only going to get more difficult to qualify moving forward from this point. And R1, I'll hand that question over to you.
Sure. All right, now we've got 6 total teams that are undefeated, right? They've gone 2-0 so far, no ties, no losses. A few teams that have gone 1 win, 1 tie. It's now going to be down to, right, all of the remaining Swiss matches are all going to be winners versus winners. And those are the rounds you've got to come out ahead to make sure you secure that top seed. If you can't secure that top seed, then it really is, okay, well, how can I perform the best that I can, and then maybe even make it through our, unique tiebreaker to make it into the bottom half of that top 16.
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity, Uplink, for teams to turn their days around. Maybe you won the first match, lost the next one, or even if you lost a map that you might not have wanted to. It's not with how long this Swiss day is, right? With 5 total rounds, you get 10 total matchups. it's a good, still kind of middle point where you're not going to be down on yourself up to this point, even if you have a loss here or there.
Definitely, we're going to see teams put in that extra effort to, even if you did start off poorly, you can switch things around, give it your best, and try to get the next leg of the journey ready to rock and roll. Because like you said, it is the time where the top teams are going head to head, and they're going to be going against each other. So
I think that's a good point, Blake. I mean, this is now the time where teams are going to look to make adjustments based on the different metas and squadron layouts that other teams have been taking, what they're seeing so far. And it's going to be if I want to say it that way, the top teams, right, the ones that actually make it through are going to be the ones that make those adjustments successfully.
Mm-hmm. It's
Right.
all about strategy. It's all about when you're going to. I mean, this is the time. If you're kind of waiting to see what the teams are going to be like, this is the time to go full force, do your best, and give it all you got.
That's right.
Well, now here's a little bit of a thought-provoking piece. I wonder, some of these squadrons are going to come out here today and likely expect to be in the top 16, right? I think, we talked so much about Splinter Squadron and what they've been able to do. I think they expect to be top side of the bracket. If you are one of these teams, do you save any kind of special strategies, any anything that you might have planned that works with the meta or is a little off meta? Do you save that for tomorrow, or do you try to bust that out here against some of the best teams to make sure you give yourself first, second, third, whatever place that you can kind of push yourself towards? Because again, all of these games matter here in the Swiss, even if you lose just the one map.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think you've got a couple of different approaches, right? You could even say, okay, well, we might have something we've been trying out in some of our scrimmage matches that we've been having in preparation for the event. Do I want to even put one of those on the table, maybe even to throw off my opponent if I happen to see them in one of the top matches in the top 16 bracket tomorrow? You might say to yourself, well, maybe it's a good way to test it. Maybe it's not what we normally do, but we're okay to take a loss, if you will, or even take split a match with one of these top competitors. It's a great question. I think you could successfully manage that in a couple of different ways. I'm excited to see what we get to cast on the channel here to see if we can pick out some of those nuances.
Yeah, definitely. I know personally, if my team was rocking and rolling and I wanted to get in there, I would personally go in with more of the straight meta. And we had some questions of what exactly is meta, and it's the inner workings of a game. What works, what doesn't work, and what are the big strategies. So that's roughly what meta is. And I personally would go straight up the meta if I had something in my back pocket that I'm like, okay, this is a strategy that we've been planning out. This is something that not many people do. Let's save that until the finals. But if I don't have that, just playing it like you want to, have a little fun. That's kind of like what the qualifiers are.
Yeah, I think we've even seen a few folks, right, when maybe they even know maybe the result of the game so far. Okay, we know that we're getting pushback, we're behind. We're now going to switch out to something like an "Oops, I'll be wing" strategy just to see how it looks, right? Because it's rare to have those testing environments,
Right.
in those scrimmage matches, because usually you're trying to hone the skills you've got rather than throwing new stuff out there.
Yeah, I absolutely love these kind of conversations. I think we could go on for quite a while. How do you approach day one of a tournament bracket like this? And, where do these different teams fall as far as how the meta goes? And we could even discuss kind of in-tournament metas that sort of seem to evolve for games like this. Might not necessarily be ranked meta that you'll find or even through longer league plays, things like that. Sometimes it just seems like one ship or one combination of ships or whatever it is can kind of evolve into, the meta for the tournament. And it's like a flash in the pan. Everybody's playing that. And then all of a sudden it goes back to something else later on. But we are going to get into this next matchup here in just a moment. But I do want to take a quick second to let the audience know if you're enjoying the tournament, then we know that you'll love to get lost in Audible's huge library of Star Wars audio books, from the new High Republic series to the original Thrawn trilogy. Telling of the series. You won't want to, you're not going to run out of titles, certainly, to check out on Audible. So for a free month and a free book, make sure you visit audible.com/EckhartsLadder. And we thank them so very much for their part in sponsoring us here on this 20K Twin Suns tournament. Would not be possible without Audible, and of course, Vite Ramen and Thrustmaster as well. We even talked already about those giveaways, the T1600s from Thrustmaster. Certainly generous for them to sponsor us here, and all of the players that are going to be on your screens. I think we are getting ready for the next match. It's not quite ready yet, fellas, but I think we know who we're going to be watching. It's going to be Rogue Squadron versus Junk Squadron. And to me,
I love their video games.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. To me, I'm not quite familiar with Junk Squadron. Do you, R1 or Uplink, do you guys have any kind of scouting info on that team coming in?
Other than shouting out Utini based on their squadron logo here, no, that looks like they're a little bit of a group of unknowns. They've got a few different. It's not something we've seen, not a team we've seen around in some of our previous, maybe the Calrissian Cup or Operation Ace events that we've had for Squadrons. But they are. Let me check the standings here. I believe they're not doing too bad today. So yeah, we'll see what they can bring to the table here. Interesting. I'm excited. It's always good to see new talent, new teams come into the scene here. It'll be exciting to watch them and see what they can do.
Well, without any further ado, folks, we are going to go ahead and jump right on into our Swiss round number 3, halfway through the day here on the Twin Suns tournament. Fellas, please take us into our next match.
All right. Looks like we've got, that good lobby. And hey, look at that. Uplink, it's your favorite map. Maybe not favorite map. Esselis. We've seen a lot of this one today. It is a gorgeous map to play on. I will give you that. But it does, right? It has some unique conditions to it. It's a bit of a wide open space for a lot of it. There are a variety of different corridors that one can fly through, of course, in the Esselis station itself. But also it gives you a lot of distance to cover between capital ships, and is maybe as a last note, one of the sort of half of the Squadrons maps where if both of the frigates are down on both sides of the map, the capital ships will close their distance and begin firing at each other in close range. So a lot of different variables to account for on this one. It should be a good game. It looks like we may even be jumping in a little bit halfway. I want to say that one of the teams here, Rogue Squadron, already has a win in this match. Yes. Okay. Excellent.
Okay. So it's interesting how many times we've seen Esselis and Foster Havens in this game here.
Yeah. It is one of those things where Esselis is probably one that doesn't necessarily favor one side or the other too heavily. I think it
will also give you some things to hide behind too, like Yavin.
It's got a little bit of debris that you can hide behind in the middle there, right? It's got different ways to, just some different satellite dishes you can run into, if you want to call it that. But yes, it's one that's got pretty clear open lanes for the AI squadrons that are involved. So that's another interesting element of it as well, rather than something like a Nadiri or a Fostar where AI is going to just get tossed around. And here we are coming into the match here. What do we got for our opening layouts in Squadrons? Looks like we've got 2 X's, a U-Wing, and 2 Y-Wings for the New Republic side of things. That's pretty standard for the New Republic. And 2 bombers, 2 TIE fighters, and a Reaper for the Imperial side of things. I believe that's going to be the Rogue Squadron is on the Imperial end here. And we're going to see how they handle this opening match.
fascinating to see how many TIE fighters we're getting into the game. It seems to be the new Defender.
Right. The Defender obviously has seen a few different, I don't want to say nerfs, but adjustments to its capabilities over the last sets of patches and whatnot for it. So, and it is, of course, a notoriously difficult or high skill ship to fly. So in some cases, it's just simply a more straightforward solution to do what you need to do, right? So especially if you're going in on bombing runs or in more of an air superiority standpoint, the TIE Fighter might be a better option for you versus the TIE Defender. And here we see the New Republic side of things losing this opening flip. Excuse me. Boy, that's a little bit of an odd one. New Republic, the Rogue Squadron on the Imperial side, winning the opening flip versus Junk Squadron on the New Republic.
There's something wrong with that. I can't really place what it is, but there's something definitely wrong with that.
Well, there you have it, right? So we do have looks like a kill on the Imperial Reaper. Dirium goes down. The Imperial side still pressing on those Nebulon B frigates here. Just about 3/4 of that morale bar. We can see Saki here. Oh!
Ooh.
Trying to nail that Y-Wing, getting the cover though, and gets taken out himself. That will push that morale just a little bit further. Another player kill coming in on Pixel. Now that morale bar is only at half. They're continuing their assault on C. Hull at just about 60% there. Shields at about half for the other Neb. And oh, there goes the Raider in that beautiful explosion there, splitting in half. Gorgeous.
Ooh,
that is going to be a hefty amount of morale there now for the New Republic Junk Squad side of things. Pushing back this Imperial assault here. I'd say this is both a pretty successful defense and a successful offense. Ooh, Sagi coming in hard on Nimrus.
Ooh.
That Ion, does get chaffed. That will prevent that easy kill there. And the Imperial forces are turned back in a relatively successful defense. I mean, sometimes we'll see a full cruiser go down in a single offense there. Sometimes we'll even see two in some of the very high tier games. Here, the Junk Squadron able to defend well, and now they will go on the offense themselves.
So we're seeing an interesting strategy here on the Empire Rogue Squadron versus the Junk Squadron. We have a support on Junk Squad. We have no support on Rogue Squadron here.
Oh, yes, it looks like you're right. That Reaper has been traded out for a TIE Defender. Dirium now taking a perhaps more of an anti-starfighter or air superiority load out there, and we could see it now on Diglu. He is trying to get out of there using those tunnels in SLS. Can he get away? Dirium hot on his tail. Oh, but no, it looks like Dirium maybe even hit a bump in the road there.
Oh.
Manages to get away. Look, excellent fighter cover from his wingmates. And Diglu able to live and fight another day there. No morale loss. Lots of pressure now on those cruisers. As we now take a look, a lot of fire coming in on that CR-90. They are trying to bring down that CR-90 as fast as they possibly can. It is on its last legs, on fire, burning out. Are they going to take it for that morale? We see it stop, and there it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
So that is a hefty amount of morale now, pushing into the New Republic, the Junk Squad New Republic offense here. They do find another player kill off of Rogue Squadron, and they are putting a lot of damage in on these Architon's cruisers here. Both shields down on each of the frigates, roughly 75%. So it looks like they're trying to make a coordinated effort to take down both frigates at the same time. It's a technique we've seen on quite a few. Oh, but there are going to be another couple player kills coming through there. We are in.
It's a good strategy if you can pull it off, because you split how many people. Like usually, it's one of the cruisers is getting attacked. Everyone goes to that cruiser. But if you switch it, you can play with the normal meta here.
Right. So rather than trying to focus down all on one, and
there
Mwasa
goes the switch
go down, and that will flip it over. So we will see a hefty amount of damage come through on both sides. And again, another player kill from Junk Squadron. They have been picking on those poor TIE fighters quite a bit here, earning quite a few points of morale. Rapido Snake sneaking through the tunnels of Essilus, trying to get up and into
A
attack
slithery little
range.
snake there.
That's right. Oh, no!
What?
A little bit of a pilot error there. Managing to make a bump on his way through those tunnels, but he is going to end up coming out on the right side. And here we have Junk Squadron trying to take down that Raider as well. Lots of pressure coming in on both of these Nebulon Bs. They are both under half hull here. Still a lot of player kills coming from Junk Squadron in on Rogue. No matter
That was a
what
beautiful
phase
move
it is.
by,
Yeah, no
Broken
kidding.
T there.
Excellent maneuverability through those satellite dishes that I know I love to run into.
Same here.
And
Most powerful fighter is pilot error.
That's right. A lot of fire coming in. It looks like they are going to take both, or aiming to take both Nebulon Bs. Oh, and there goes one of those Nebulon B frigates. Here comes another attack run on this other Nebulon B, down to 10 health, 7 health, 6.
Almost down.
5. No, and enough.
Oh.
The ionization on Pixel, not quite gonna do it, but. Oh man, another. Oh, poor
The timing on that was
Saki.
just beautiful.
They have delayed the kill on this. Oh man, look at that! Excellent defense, the ions and everything, allowing Junk Squadron to push back that Empire push. They will, of course, out of
There we
phase
go.
at Nebulon
Out of
B,
phase.
but they do prevent anyone on the MC-75, so they do get the offense back here on the New Republic Junk Squadron side of things. They are going to take it back to the Imperials and these Argentine cruisers. Now the question is, can they take both of these down and then press onto the ISD, trying to put themselves just a little bit ahead of Junk Squadron? Excuse me, of the Imperial forces in Rogue Squadron. See the targeting beacon
confusing,
now
man.
active on that Argentins. The Argentins taking a ton of damage here.
Ooh.
Turrets knocked out all around. It is on fire. Is it going to go down? Flaming, bumbling, stumbling, bumbling. Can they do it? The lovely rotation here from our cinematic photographer. It wants to break up. They want to take it down. There it goes. Finally breaking in half. That CR-90 sort of floats away on over to the other Argentins. We've got,
And
both
they're
of
going
them
towards
down. And now we'll seeing, okay, looks like Diglu's going in for a quick line change here. What are they going to come back out in?
Interesting choice. We haven't seen a lot of switching throughout this tournament so far.
I would absolutely agree. We haven't seen a lot of that. A lot of players these days choosing to go with more generalist builds over more specialized, cap ship versus air superiority builds. There goes the CR-90, having done its work, contributing to the demise of both of those Archidans cruisers. Junk Squadron just having a few more moments to come in on that.
Ooh.
Oh, and we speak too soon. That is all shoot for that assault on the ISD. It does not look like any subsystems were taken down on that assault phase there. Some valiant efforts and a little bit of shields, if we want to say that, damage was done to the ISD. Now it is a full bar of morale coming back to assault the MC-75. We saw several
Beautiful
folks.
shots there.
Yeah, we saw several folks from Junk Squadron go back, sort of rearm, resupply in preparation for this defense. New Republic Rogue now coming in on their attack runs here. Can they? The most common target, of course, on these MC-75s are those big old gills on the side of these on the ships, the shield generators there. Saki coming in now in a TIE Defender.
Oh.
Had enough of that TIE fighter
that
action
guy just
here.
camping
Whoa,
out.
there he is. He's taking a nap on that shield generator, but manages to take down one shield generator on the MC-75. The other one almost gone as well. Shields failing fast, but also that morale bar is fading fast. Both shield generators out now on the MC-75. They're coming in on a targeting run here. All the ordnance on Broken T here, almost all expended. Only a Goliath left. Just trying to float around, survive, push as much damage as he can into this MC-75. Oh, and a disable. That's those key ion missiles during that assault phase there.
And they love hitting Broken T with them.
They absolutely do, right? those are critical for preventing damage going to go through. They will, of course, get power systems there. Now they're trying to get out, prevent those deaths. Dirium also goes down. Pixel in for a line change there. Saki coming out all by their lonesome. It is now a full bar for Junk Squadron. Can they do it? The MC-75 didn't take a ton of damage there. Yes, they did lose 3 subsystems and all the shields, but not a I wouldn't say a metric ton of hull damage there. So I'd say they have a chance to defend if they don't manage to take down the ISD here, but now this attack run is critical. And here we see Junk Elegant coming in on those shield gens now, trying not to die. 7 hull remaining. Flipping the shields to reverse. Can't. No!
Oh, I thought he was going to make it.
Oh, man.
So close.
Continuing runs on the ISD's subsystems here. We could see a run on that power system. It goes down.
Nice.
Ion missile and a little bit of blaster fire takes that out. The cruiser, the CR-90 goes down. We've got 1 shield generator down on the ISD. Can they get the other before the phase flips?
Looks like they're trying to orientate themselves here. We've got 2 out of the match, and they're just trying to get some space. Oh, they get taken down, and the morale is gone. Switching sides here.
When here we go, and out of phase, they do manage to get 1 shield generator down on that ISD, but that is...
It's like, I got to do something.
That player death is going to hurt there. That is going to take them out of the match for a good 20 seconds right before they need them most on defense here. Rogue Squadron now organizing themselves. MC-75 and ISD now closing to duke it out. In blaster cannon, blaster artillery to blaster artillery.
Ooh.
Subsystems,
Doing
blisters
some
being
great
popped.
damage here.
That MC-75 now down to just about half. Finding some more weak points on the rear side of that MC-75.
Nice.
Another one goes down. Oh, player kill coming out on Dirium. It is awfully close. Are they going to be able to defend this one? It is not looking good. It is now in that auto phase. Oh, danger zone range for that MC-75. Damage continues to pour in. Goliath's blowing up all over the place. Is that the end of the MC-75? It does go down.
It is.
Rogue Squadron in the Imperial colors takes round 2. Excuse me, game 2 of that match there. Sealing a clear victory over Junk Squadron. We could see the scoreboard coming across. Cap ship damage
Mars
from Pixel.
with 16 player kills.
That is, I mean, it's interesting, right? We saw Junk Squadron pick on all sorts of those TIE fighters, but it did not matter. Player kills just either happened in the wrong places at the wrong time, didn't shift the morale bar enough, and we could see how the cap ship damage for those Imperial pilots just too much.
Just shows how effective Rogue Squadron is, whether or not they're fighting for the Republic or the Empire.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So that is all right. That is going to be it for round 3. We've got some standings and new pairings to dish out. We're going to toss to a break, and we'll be right back after this.
/EckhartsLadder. Welcome back, folks. It is Hunted here on the desk, bringing you Uplink and R1 for this next upcoming Swiss Round 4. And gentlemen, it has been quite the day so far of Squadrons action. We are getting ready to start the next round here, and do have a short little video again for any kind of reminder for folks who are just joining us what we are playing here today, the fleet battle mode and everything involved. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Figure out what's going on in Star Wars Squadrons, give you guys a little bit of an overview of the game. Yeah.
Woo. Looking forward to it, man. This is a blast. It's always a fun time when we can join together as a community around something fantastic. Squadrons esports time.
Yeah. It sounds like we've got the video up and ready to go here. There you go, gentlemen. Jump on into it.
Jumping right into fleet battles, how they work and what they are. Of course, fleet battles is a 5v5 game where we figure out who can knock down the flagship the quickest. We go into the opening phase. Of course, that is where morale starts at half and half. It's a 2-minute long phase. The idea here is to get some player kills, get some AI kills, possibly take down those Corvettes and Raiders to be able to get the morale to go to your side. A bit of a tug of war out here, though. Anybody could win. Going out to 2 minutes, whoever has the most morale will have the offensive phase. But it can be won at any time in those 2 minutes. Getting a few player kills is massive. AI kills are equally scored in this coin flip, the only part of the game in which they are equally scored. Finding these kills will land you in an offensive phase, which begins your assault on either cruisers or raiders, depending on if you are on the Empire or New Republic. The idea is simple. There are two of them. They act as towers of sorts. They have shields, they have hull. You want to get down those shields as soon as possible. Ions, cannons are your go-to when this is the game. Get those down, get your Corvette or Raider in there to get continual damage, but watch out because the defending team will continuously find AI and possibly knock down that Corvette or Raider and get player kills to bring back that morale in their favor. If you are able to knock down those shields though and that hull, that'll get you into the next phase. But again, in this mode, points are different. On defense, AI are worth 3 points each, and they're only worth 1 point when you're on the offense. And player kills, when you are on defense, the player kills are double what they are when you are on offense, being 10 points versus 5 points. So it's definitely a race uphill to knock down these cruisers or frigates, depending on which faction you are on. Of course, that brings us back into this defense phase, where that holds true. The difference here is that you're defending against possible players coming in to get those ions down, to get that damage down, as well as trying to find any sort of kills and points as quickly as you can to bring it back into an offensive phase. Good stuff out here. As you can see, the player is playing a bit defensively, trying to find player kills wherever they can, getting a bit of map awareness as they're trying to find morale as quickly as possible. After this phase, of course, if you do defend successfully and get yourself onto an offense, you will go directly into an offense on the flagships. But of course, now that the shields have been drained, it's back to getting damage into these cruisers, get these cruisers knocked down to nothing, and you begin an assault on the flagships. Flagships themselves, of course, watching the New Republic. You've got 4 subsystems, 2 shield generators, targeting, and a power system. As the names imply, the shield gens control the regenerating shields on the flagship, which create a bubble around the flagship. As you can see, you must get under the shields, right there, for the damage to happen on these shield gens. Get those shield gens down, though, and the shields will not regenerate. Get one down, only regenerate to half. Get them both down and they will never regenerate. Get those 2 down and you begin to focus power. What power does? Power can be knocked out immediately by ions. And if you get power down through ions or regular damage, it creates up to 5 weak points, where only 5 max can be made. Weak points can be also made by just knocking down the ISD, the Imperial Star Destroyer, or MC-75 in general. Get those 5 weak points made, and each one in the blue little icon that comes up on the flagship will result in 7.5 full damage on the flagship, which is huge. An easy way to get down 35 points, if not more, on the Imperial Star Destroyer or MC-75 quickly to be able to win a phase. So as you can see, the power has fallen here. If we see the fighter rotate around, we'll see some weak points that have been generated on the Star Destroyer. and we'll be able to see possible knockdowns of those weak points, causing the hull of the ISD here to fall quickly. We find those, and the only subsystem that remains, of course, is targeting system. And what targeting does is targeting, you knock that down, and the passive damage that comes out of the flagship is cut by half. Huge for protecting your Corvette or Raider as they come in. Big stuff out here, but of course, you knock down that Star Destroyer to nothing, and you win the game. Pretty straightforward stuff out here in Star Wars Squadrons. And that is how you play fleet battles.
Seeing how he maneuvers that is so satisfying to me.
Especially with the Hosas on that T16K. Yes. Boom! Speaking of which, thank you, Thrustmaster, the official hardware sponsor of the Twin Suns tournament. Thank you, thank you.
Well, folks, there you have it. Thank you so much, Amber, for that explanation of the fleet battles. And as you said, thank you to Thrustmaster for their sponsorship. And we do have a giveaway winner for one of those T16Ks. James Lloyd, the winner there. So congratulations to you. You will be reached out. I'm not entirely sure if you get Twitch, email, whatever it is you signed up for. So they will send you something. And we will congratulate you on being the first giveaway winner here. Yeah, we've got plenty more to go as far as those T16Ks are concerned. So make sure you sign up as well to enter for your chance to win one of those awesome Thrustmaster flight sticks. But guys, let's get back to the event at hand. We're going into round number 4, our penultimate round here. So things really starting to come down to it. No more, there's no more kind of kicking around. You've got to win these games if you want to make top 16.
Yes.
It's time to shine.
It is do or die right now. And especially because, too, it's do or die for the 1-1s and the 0-2s, but the 2-0 teams that have successfully got through Swiss, the important thing here is now seeding, right? They need to continue up that 2-0 lead to possibly be able to get that first seed in the playoff days because, again, faction choice goes to the higher seed, and that can be do or die depending on how teams have prepared because both factions play radically different.
Well, we just watched NRN Rogue Squadron take out Junk Squadron 2-0 in that last round at number 3. It was a pretty close battle in that second map. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see how the first one played out, but ultimately it turns out in favor of Rogue. But we are just about ready to start our 4th round here. It's going to be Orange versus VALOR. Please, gentlemen, take us into it.
Yeah. Teams, it's going to be the map Esselis. Let's see how it plays out.
Looking forward to it, man. I love seeing these teams that we don't get to watch all that frequently go head to head against each other. Yeah. Loving it.
And in terms of loadouts, we've got ourselves some bombers and defenders here with some supports as well, and a fighter too. Look at that. That fighter running looks like ion missile and ion torpedo being a dedicated ion strike fighter, probably going to go immediately for that Raider or Corvette on the beginning to knock out that moving tower of sorts to get that 20 points.
Man, this has been such a blast. I am enjoying this so much.
Yeah, big shout outs to EckhartsLadder for hosting this.
Yes.
Oh, I appreciate it so much. I love to be here to be able to talk over these games with you guys. Absolute blast.
Oh, and we're rocking and rolling.
Yeah, game number 1. Again, it's going to be Esselis, so, that's going to be a bit of possibly a slugfest in the coin flip. But again, the distance between the Raiders and the frigates is pretty massive, so it's
all about that Esselis today.
Yeah, I know. It's so map choices have been random. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it's just the RNG, systems are in play today to force a lot of Esselis.
Fascinating. I've talked about it before on previous tournaments and all of that, but Esselis slowly but surely, the more I see it, the more it grows on me. Yavin's still my favorite, just because of how open of a playing field it is. You have a lot of it's fighter v fighter, skill versus skill, nothing really stepping in the way between you getting this victory except yourself. And that's what I really love about the map Yavin. Now, we have S-less. It's got that central area that we're seeing right in as we're... Oh my gosh! B-Wing! Let's go!
Let's go! Let's see what these pilots are running, of course, on the New Republic. You got yourself, so in 1Y, 1A, one of everything, actually. A good even split. And on Orange, you got yourself 2 bombers, a defender, a fighter, and a reaper. Let's see how these teams play it out, though, as we begin the beginning of this coin flip phase on S-less. Can they find player kills? Can this B-Wing come in and destroy the Raider? That's the big question out here. 1 minute and 27 seconds to go. Players are going to start beating each other at any possible given moment. We see a pack of AI being found by a Goliath by Orange. Another pack has been found by Orange. Possibly one more AI, and they will take this opening phase, but too little too late, as a 5-pack was found by 612 VALOR, saying, I'm not going to let it happen. An Ion happens in the water, but not getting punished for it, still living through it. It could be anybody's game out here as 612 is holding on, but Orange continues the assault and continues the pressure. A Corvette, a Raider would decisively decide this coin flip. 47 seconds to go, and the morale has not changed. There goes a player kill as Phoenix has fallen on Orange, but more AI are found on Orange at the same time. Looks like they're possibly going to get it, but never say never. One more AI and Orange Squadron will get it. They do in fact get a PK as VALOR 07 and VALOR 5 do fall, leaving Orange on the offense at the beginning of this game. Let's see how they play it out. Shields are still up, obviously, entirely. Again, there you can see the distance here, 2.5 distance away. Gonk coming in, trying to get some beacons down on that Nebulon. Let's see how it plays. Here comes in Quintessence with that bomber, again, trying to get some rotaries down, because it's not always worth it to be switching out ships, especially on a map this large, on S-less. That will give you and waste away so much time. Here comes in Quintessence, dumping with the rotary. Gets those shields down. The beacons are out as well.
Rotary cannon, so satisfying.
Getting those shields down. Ooh, these shields have been completely drained. They might be going for a 1 Raider burn here. The morale has been rather stagnant. Not been able to punish these bombers as they come in and get damage down. 612 is left wide open as the water continues that rotary assault, slowly draining that beacon to Nebulon down to 62 and falling. Where is this AI damage? 612 being shut down, not able to get any AI. They're stuck at 5 AI kills. Pretty much out of coin flip. Looks like they get some AI.
My goodness.
They get some,
there we go.
Some damage, but it's just a bloodbath out here.
Woo!
We do see Quintessence finally fall, but Charlie, so weak, might counteract the 1 player kill they get, as they're just going to continue dumping into it repeatedly, as that Nebulon now is at 19 hull. The water coming in again, trying to get a possible pick on VALOR 08. Again, looking around, trying to play a little evasively, as they can come in and try to get down Charlie as soon as possible. We do see somebody on top of Delta knocking down those shields. Shields are down on both Charlie and Delta, as we're going to see a bit of a hard reset from Orange Squadron, as most are back at base right now resupplying. A good opportunity now for 612 to come out and get some AI kills.
Okay, so we're seeing a lot more of a go back to home base and then go out strategy here from Orange Squadron, as they're working towards getting C and D down.
Yeah, a lot of defensive plays going on, right? They're not just sticking in there and committing and dying. They're getting out with relatively decent amounts of hull and then coming back in together as a large team, getting those beacons out and getting those overcharged rotaries down on the Nebulon. Of course, we're seeing that with Quintessence right now, getting almost every Aux out, the rotaries out, getting it down to 11 hull. It will fall soon, but so will Charlie. They both will fall, possibly this phase. As 60-59, Quintessence does begin the peel to make sure not to feed a death out here. But then Time Bomb comes in, wants to possibly finish it all, but with 36 hull might not live as well. DNC looking so weak. They just need to finish them.
Trying to stay alive as much as they can.
Yeah.
They're so close,
Again,
but 612 VALOR is doing such a good job of defending these guys. Keeping them on their toes.
One Nebulon is at 4, the other one is like at 10. We see Quintessence coming in, starting to rotary down on that 13-hull Nebulon. Starts getting damage, but one AI will flip it back towards.
Oh my
the
gosh,
Republic.
are they
Get some
going to
damage
switch
down.
it?
Let's see if they can get it. They might be.
Oh.
What they might be doing is they might be saving these for when the flip does happen, right? So
Yep.
that way they can get an immediate 30 points in their defense bar. Again,
Let's see if they'll
possibly
actually
holding
do
off
it.
to the last second. Yeah.
Can they out-of-phase them? Oh,
Yeah, we see
Interesting.
low water getting some Goliaths getting knocked off. The Nebulons have been beaconed, trying to get some damage down range. He's possibly going to go in and just get some rotary. He does begin the rotary at 3, at 2, at 1. Does get the first
oh boy.
of the frigates. Will possibly rotate and get the second one as well. In fact, I think we're going to see that right now from low water coming into the second frigate. Rotary dumping into it as well, but then gets picked off himself. Oh no, negating that possible gain from knocking those two out of phase. That 5 points is still 5 points. It's still valid. Let's see how they end up holding it out. On the offense, though, on 612 stuff, they knocked down the shields on Charlie. Delta still has a decent amount of shields, and the hull on Charlie is still pretty high. But again, player kills are happening. They are getting some damage out here as they knocked out Quintessence out of the sky. But the morale is slowly going back towards Orange Squadron's favor.
This is neck and neck right here. We're seeing some really good defense and offense from both teams. Trying to figure out where they want to go, because they're each playing strategically. They're trying to decide when we want to attack this and then benefit from the morale gain. When are we going to actually hold back and wait until we need it?
Yeah, they end up knocking the Corvette out of the sky. We see Quintessence and the Bomber on defense just finding AI packs, but not finding them fast enough as VALOR 07 comes in and starts dumping into this cruiser at 62. Not getting too much contested, but they do lose phase. And the flip does go back to Orange Squadron, not knocking that out of the sky. It is now an MC-75 push with full bar, and Raider will be up. It all depends on how fast Orange can get in there and defend their Raider at the same time. Again, they're in a really good spot. They have phases to, for better or worse, waste if they need to. But we see Quintessence at 1,400 units beginning to fly in, to drift in, tries to get into that shield, gets a resupply. Let's see if they can get themselves in. Has been marked, has been ironed! Oh no!
Oh,
The
there he
bomb
goes.
does die. The shield gen rush has failed for their first bomber. Now it's a 4v5 out here. Can they play it out? Phoenix getting pretty hurt out here as well. Somebody has to get in and get damage. We see Lowater coming in. We see the rotation has to get under the shields. Gets under the shields. Gets right on their parks. Starts dumping into that shield gen. Does, in fact, possibly not under shields because there's no damage came down on that shield gen. Oh no!
Ooh.
The whiffs! Can Orange come back from this as they are just doing shield damage and not doing subsystem damage? We can see that on the MC-75 logo on the top. They're just not getting under shield, not doing any damage. But shields are down. The run should be perfect now as Phoenix just starts dumping into that shield gen. It has been beaconed. It's at 34. Flies a little evasively to try to get out and not feed another death. Morale's at half and half. He does die. Can
That
the
morale
bombers
hit.
get in before phase ends? Because those shields are going to come back up unless they destroy those shield gens, therefore negating all the damage they've done to those shields. Quintessence comes into that shield and starts rotary dumping into it.
Ooh. Okay.
Possibly gets it. In fact,
Nice.
down that left shield gen does.
There
fall.
we
Right
go.
shield gen is still up though. They have to get it before one AI is found. Targeting has been disabled. Targeting and not targeting the shield. interesting choice out here, as now the coin flip has, or the phase has flipped back, and Quintessence is above the shield. There we go.
There we
get
go.
The right shield. But again, at what cost? Quintessence down, time bomb down, the water down.
Oh.
It's a 2v5 out here as they go back on the cruiser defense, and as the NR team comes back on offense, they need to.
It's almost as if they didn't expect to make it that far. Wait, what do we do?
Let's see how it goes again. The New Republic 612 VALOR has a tricky situation on their sleeves because, again, 3 subsystems are down on the MC-75 to take down basically Charlie and Delta, and win. They have to one-phase the ISD. That is my take right now, because when it gets time for them to be on defense again, they have no shields. Their power is open. You can see these weak points on stream here. Again, 7.5 hull damage percent per weak point. And the Raider is going to be full health as it comes in. Not going to be a good spot to come in, but they take down Charlie. Now only Delta remains. It's going to be a pure DPS race. Starts dumping into it with those burst cannons. Can they get it down in time is the question.
They're working on regaining that, but they keep on getting hit.
Again, AI packs are being found. If I look at the scoreboard here, it should give a pretty big indicator of what's going on out here. On Team Orange, 25 AI kills so far, Quintessence, and 17 on the water. Compare that to the 32 AI kills on VALOR 07. There definitely is an AI imbalance going on between the two teams, as one team has 2 AI farmers and the other team only has 1. And we can see that here as this phase is slowly being dwindled away from 612 VALOR back to Orange, where they're going to have a pretty clean offense unless 612 has the defense of their life, do a few 5-stack picks, essentially knock everybody out on Orange Squadron and knock out the Raider before it can do a decent amount of damage on the MC-75.
They're working on it, man. They're working on it. This is one of the longest back and forths that we've seen today.
MC-75 has been beaconed. It is now just literally a DPS race for Orange Squadron as they're coming in, finding those weak points. We see one right there on the. We see 2 on the cinematic cam, 1 on the side of M75 and 1 near power system. Again, here they come in. It's now down to 29. Continual.
If they play it right, they can take it down right now.
I mean, morale is full for Orange Squadron. This is definitely their game to win in this moment. 2 more weak points, or just hold damage and they'll get it, but marks coming out from the New Republic team. They don't want to go down without a fight, but oh no, Phoenix finds those 2 weak points we're talking about earlier, and that's enough to get
there
a win
we
for
go.
Orange Squadron. Game 1. Solid stuff coming out from Orange Squadron here as Empire on SLS.
Woo! That's what we're talking about, man.
Again, talking about what's going on here. The imbalance of AI is huge, with 612 only having 32 on 1 player, and Orange Squadron having 23 and 26 on 2 players. It ended up affecting the phase timings pretty strongly, as we could see in that game.
Definitely. Originally, so earlier in the meta of Star Wars Squadrons, we saw a focus of you're going to be the AI farmer guy, you're going to be the bomber guy, and slowly as time has evolved, we've seen more of a focus of, you know what? If you're going in the direction of dealing some damage, take out those AIs, get that morale as you're going forward, versus you are the only person that's going to get the AI. That is your job.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of growth in flex fighting, right? Like the idea that in any given moment you have to do what's optimal, right? Like if you're an interceptor on Peel, essentially running away from an engagement, and you see an AI in front of you, it's just awareness of it being there, getting those 3, 6, 9 points that you could get as an interceptor, and continuing that defensive push, right? And then inversely, right? Before the idea of ship swapping became less prevalent, a lot of players had their AI farming builds and their offensive builds. Nowadays, a lot of teams keep one build that's a compromise, or
this is what we're playing.
Yeah, entirely, let's say like AI focused with Multi-Lock and Goliath, the 2 auxiliaries best for farming AI, and they utilize them on their pushes too. We saw that in this game when attacking the frigates. We saw Multi-Locks going out, where that maybe isn't the most optimal damage bringer for the bomber, but it saves you so much time on a map like S-List that's so big.
So it's gigantic. We're seeing it's gigantic in its scope, but it doesn't take a long time to get to the objectives. As something like Phostar Haven, like we were talking about previously in the tournament. Phostar Haven, even though it like visually doesn't look like it's too far away, it takes a while to get to where you're going.
As Orange wins that first game in the Swiss round, we will get into game number 2 in a minute. But exciting stuff out here. I'm curious what the map will be and if that'll affect how the teams play.
Well, so let's just say you as a team, you've got your layout, your loadout, everything ready to rock and roll. How does the match affect that? Map?
The map? Oh, I mean, it affects the efficacy of whatever you're using, right? If things are close by, like at the end of Yavin, the damage is key, right? There's some teams that use Boost Extension Kit, for example, which is available on the TIE Fighter and the X-Wing, and I believe the Y-Wing, and possibly the TIE Bomber, though I don't use them on bombers, I use them on fighters. That is kind of a choice for when the map distance is large. What that does is that completely refills your boost tank instantaneously. So let's say you've got your boost tank full, you start boosting, and it runs out. Right before it runs out, you click that aux, and you've got double boost. Really good for getting across the map super quickly. Let's say like at the end of the game, the weak points have been made on the flagship, for example, and you're losing morale quickly. You want to get across the field as quickly as possible to clinch out as much damage as you can get. So in situations like that, boost extension's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see some Yavin. Oh, come on.
I know.
Squadrons gods, everyone going through. Let's see some Yavin. We'll see. Just as a refresher.
Yeah, go for it.
We've got a $10,000 first place prize here, which is massive. A $5,000 second place prize, and then third and fourth also get 2.5K. Huge.
So,
what even are these numbers?
Yeah. Absolutely massive numbers. You love to see it. Oh.
It's like so intense. Throughout this whole tournament, we've seen non-stop action. We've seen back and forth. We've seen varying levels of strategy. We were seeing, okay, we're just going to go full force, hit the wall as fast and hard as we can. And you've seen, okay, we're gonna take a step back and we're gonna play this strategically. We're gonna attack this at one time, and we're going to wait for this to go to the second time. Let's just say we're seeing out of phase attacks, we're seeing in phase attacks, we're seeing finishes all throughout. Exactly, we're seeing Squadrons esports here, and oh my gosh, loving it, man, loving it.
Love to see it. And as always, big thank you to the sponsors that make this event possible. Invite Ramen, Thrustmaster, the official hardware sponsor of Twin Suns, and Audible. And not possible without you guys. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I do appreciate it.
Love to see it.
And the viewers, thank you for watching.
Yes.
It wouldn't be possible without you guys watching and enjoying the event. So thank you to you guys too.
I've got the chat over here for the main feed. I've got the chat here for the secondary feed. Loving to see how much interaction you guys are all hopping into the chat. And shout out to the amazing team making this a thing. Thank you to EckhartsLadder for the awesome effort he's been putting into this tournament here, and loving it. Also, Area Witch,
loving it.
Fantastic cinematic shots that we're getting in these games.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Looks so good. It looks it's like when this game came out, right? Like it's like, oh, it feels like a movie. Like you're in there, everything explodes, and especially in VR, man. Like I have my Oculus, and I put that on. And it's like, oh, I'm there, right? I'm there.
Yes. So not necessarily Squadrons. I haven't played Squadrons in VR, but when Battlefront 2015 had the VR mission, I clearly remember hop into that. I had a pin in my hand, and
Yeah.
I'm immersed into the world, and I go to set the pin on the dashboard of the X-Wing.
Oh yeah.
And
There
it just
was
dropped to
a-
the floor. So
there
much
was-
immersion in VR.
I know. My first time playing VR, there was a desk in front of me in a game I was playing. It's like you like concoct potions and stuff. And I was at a buddy's house, and like I tried to like lean on the desk, and I just fell forward. It's just a big old ouch. Like blows your mind though the first time. It blows my mind every single time, to be honest. But looking at these loadouts, we got ourselves 2 bombers on the Y, an A, a fighter, and a U. We did see a meme beam coming. That's not the correct name for it. A beam coming out on one of the TIE bombers on the enemy team. That has a lot of immediate damage coming out of it. It does make you basically immobile though while you're using it. You cannot rotate. You can barely move forward.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's great for doing hard damage to things like Corvettes or the shield generators on the MC-75 or any sort of other power system, or I mean subsystem, like power. So yeah, we'll find out as we go into game number 2. Again, game number 2 is going to be Essalus as well. It's a day of Essalus. That big old
Goodness
disc.
gracious,
Yeah.
man.
It just doesn't let
Essalus?
up.
We're trapped in Essalus. Oh, no.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen a lot of players going through Essalus though, which makes
No.
sense because when you think about like the timings of things, right? You don't want to be stuck in that center. That center's fun. Don't get me wrong. In like dogfights, I like it because it's goofy. And if you have like certain, configurations of your ship, you can actually break lock inside of the center unit. But considering that teams want to efficiently get down objective damage as quickly as possible, that center area of Essalus isn't really conducive to that.
Yeah.
Especially because everything happens above the disc relative to, I think, where center or like where gravity line is, whatever we want to call that. Because again, this is space. It's all wibbly wobbly.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. I always forget you can go underneath the circle area.
I have been caught many a times down there, and then I died. Yeah, ouchie, ouch. As we get into game number 2 between these two teams, Orange Squadron and 612 Valor, the factions have flipped. Orange is now on the New Republic, 612 is now on the Empire. We'll see how they play. Coming out here, it is a half and half. We see the bombers targeting AI packs of 5, trying to get their shots lined up. The multi-locks have begun. We'll see them getting fired off. A little bit of aggro happening. A Goliath has fired off from one of the bombers on the New Republic. Meanwhile, ooh, there we go. The 15 points had happened. 2 or 3 AI packs had been found by Orange Squadron, immediately causing a flip towards their favor. Let's see how they play it out, though. Again, the distance will be huge.
Strong opening there.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a really standard layout for each of the teams. We've got 2 of the Y-Wings, we've got a support, we've got an A-Wing, and we've got an X-Wing. On the Empire side, we've got 2 bombers, a TIE Interceptor, TIE Fighter, and a support. So.
Yeah. And again, look at all this distance that these players have to cross. It is huge. It takes so much time. It allows for the Empire to find their AI stacks and get some sort of morale back. But we see damage coming down on the shields here on Delta, getting him down to around half. Continual damage comes out though as the rotaries, as the auxiliaries start getting fired into that cruiser. D shields almost completely drained. The morale, a stranglehold for Orange Squadron as they knock down Delta shields entirely. AI not being found, but that might be a result of Phoenix or the X-Wing, a time bomb, giving aggro on these bombers, not allowing them to farm AI.
This is such a strong effort from Orange Squadron here.
Oh, yeah.
It's like they were waiting to be the New Republic.
We see Delta almost completely drained. C shields have been drained by a well-hit ion from Time Bomb. Rotating back in, getting those burst cannons down on Charlie. Because they've got so much morale right now. They shouldn't knock down Delta until there's at least a 15-point buffer in the morale bar. So now they're going to rotate most of their effort to Charlie until they have no option and then knock down both. Man, what a strong opening from Orange Squadron. They lose their Raider 20 points, but again, the morale bar isn't moving beyond that. So if they're going to continue getting damage down, it'll be pretty, not futile is not the right word, but it's a pretty strong showing, to say the least. Morale's like half and half. D now is definitely destroyable to get that 15 points back in the morale bar, but continual damage into this beaconed Charlie is happening out here with, what, 14, 13, 11 left on that unit.
Woo. Doing such a good job with the strategy of, like, how is their morale so in their favor?
Only 11 AI have been found by 612 so far. That might explain what's going on out here. Meanwhile, only one player kill has been found on 612. Meanwhile, Phoenix having 8 and 0 so far. The murder machine that is just coming out here and just doing work, getting sweaty. Absolute damage destroyer as Delta's almost down as well. Player kills do happen. Water does fall, but too little too late, as this one phase push is only at half and half, and Delta will fall literally at any moment. Of course, they're waiting for their team to come out so they can get a well-concentrated push as a whole entire team before knocking down Delta. Let's see if they knock it down. We see somebody on the minimap over at Delta trying to get some damage down to get the ISD assault beginning. There it is! Delta does fall. The ISD Imperial Star Destroyer is open for business. Let's see how this team plays it out. Again, Phoenix, the murder machine, coming out here trying to knock down almost every player out of the sky. Now sitting at 9 and 0 in this game.
Already, they're doing 612 Valor has kicked into gear, starting to take back that the morale that they lost there. Trying to get back with the defense, but my gosh, is Quintessence doing some damage.
Able to get in there, get some damage down on that shield gen, knocked it to around half. They have a few more sloops. They're all over that ISD like hornets. Continuing to get some damage down, but not able to confirm the damage on this shield gen. It still stands, both shield gens still alive. Morale is again still at half and half, as 612 is struggling to find any sort of morale in this game. Continual dumping into that shield gen. Not enough to kill it though, but so close.
Dude.
But the longer they stay in, the more damage they'll have from that ISD. Just can't get under these shields. Ends up shooting from bad angles. Left shield has fallen, right shield below half. But Water not rebasing shields does fall.
Okay,
Everybody
so
else in there. Two people are still in there.
612 getting back, but my gosh, is Orange on such a massive rampage. If they can get down that second shield generator, they are in a perfect spot for the next round.
Absolutely massive. There we go. The first assault phase has ended, but at what cost? Left shield gen below half, right shield gen completely gone. And on the frigates, the shields are still up. Everything is still up. 612 in a bad spot.
Oh my gosh, they're starting from ground zero while Orange is leaps and bounds ahead.
Laps ahead in this base race. We'll see what happens. Can they pull off a miracle at the bottom of the 9th? Will it happen? Getting marked. Get the marks are out. The damage is there. Trying to get some damage down from the shield as quickly as possible. But the morale slowly being taken away by AI, by Orange Squadron. Every second counts. Every player kill is huge. The shields on Charlie getting drained, almost immediately getting nuked by a whole team there, just wanting to knock down a frigate as soon as possible. Player kills, though, as Valor 08 does fall. It's a 4v5 out here. Again, player kills are huge at this moment. They cannot afford to make any mistakes on assault because they have to come in and knock down 2 shields and power on this MC-75 to be able to make any sort of headway in this game.
So good, man. So good. You've got basically it's Captain America running a race, and you've got Falcon as 612 Valor as he's coming around and lapping him again.
Base flip has happened, which is not what you'd want to see if you were 612. As Orange goes back on the offense, again for reminders, right shield is dead, left shield's below half, power and targeting have not been touched. But again, as you can see on that little shield indicator right next to the Star Destroyer word on screen, shields were not able to regen because one shield gen is down, which is huge. Because in general, ions on the ISD right now would knock down those shields entirely, making runs perfect. Here comes in a Y-Wing, though.
There we go.
Gets the sloop, gets some damage, but not able to get under the shields. Finally gets under the shields, but only gets down to 18. That beacon does help. but the angle was wrong. The right shield falls anyway. As 2 subsystems are down. You're gonna see a rotation to power. Power does immediately fall as well, as there are no shields to protect it anymore. We see Quintessa seeing a weak point on the back of the Imperial Star Destroyer. That is always the hard one to find when you're like, hey, where's the
very
fifth
nice.
weak point? Gets it immediately. Hopefully calls out to their teammates as well. Gets a second weak point. Good RNG from these weak points. Again, sees a third one right there again. Good RNG on this positioning. Tries to fly to get angle. Needs to just
demolishing.
Get a little bit of a drift. Gets that weak point. One more weak point. 6-5 hole left. 4 hole left. A little
It's about
more
to go
damage.
down.
And they get it.
There it goes.
Orange taking game number 2 as New Republic in this Swiss round 3.
Dude, that was beautiful. That was like everything lined up perfectly. 12 player kills.
Whew. 12-1! Phoenix coming out there just murdering, just doing so much damage.
Really pushing heavy on those player kills here, because we've only got 11 AI kills with Quintessence here and 13 with Water.
But it shows the importance of having more than one player doing it designated AI, right? The numbers might be the same, but the flow in which they're found is not. As if you only have one AI farmer, you've got up to 3 packs roaming at any given point, where a pack dies and then a pack immediately respawns. But of course, 2 players, they can easily deal with that 1.5 packs to deal with at any time. 1 player can only really target 1 at a time.
Exactly.
So
and they didn't switch up their strategy at all. They were keeping with the standard one that they tried to do last time and failed, while you saw the switch up with Orange Squadron and just boom, right there.
Getting some damage down, especially with those new Y-Wing with buffs. Huge, massive.
So much damage, man.
So much damage. You love to
Look
see
at that damage. Oh my goodness, man.
Yeah.
Well, we're heading to break. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. See you in a little bit, guys.
The 20K Twin Suns tournament is brought to you in part by Vite Ramen. For all things delicious, check out shop.viteramen.com. Thrustmaster, the official hardware partner of the Twin Suns tournament, and Audible. For a free month and a free book, visit audible.com/EckhartsLadder. And welcome back, folks. It is Hunted here on the desk with you. Joining me this time, we've got R1 and Uplink. And gentlemen, we are just about ready to head into round 4. Had a little bit of confusion of how things were playing out there throughout the day. We did just finish round 3, so we are heading into kind of the back half of our tournament now. 2 more rounds left to go, 4 total games for all of the teams. And with that, R1, I welcome you back to the broadcast here. We've seen some pretty good squadrons up to this point, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe every game we've watched so far has been 2-0 in favor of one team. Does that surprise you at all?
It's interesting, right? A lot of the players a lot of the teams that we'll see or that we've seen so far are at least have been relatively new to the squadron scene. There's going to be some of that differential in skill in the battlefield. I think the games we just saw, Orange Squadron there, very, very tight domination of those 2 rounds was particularly solid. It's going to get tighter now as we go through the rounds in these final 2 rounds of Swiss. So I'm excited to see if we do end up seeing some that trade 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely as we get farther along and as more and more teams, that's kind of the nature of the Swiss. As you continue to do well, you continue to get more and more difficult teams, right? So we can sort out who truly is the best squadron here, at least day 1, heading into tomorrow. And as, we talked about already here, Uplink, both teams, not both teams, all the teams have already got 6 games under their belt, and we've been live for, roughly about 3 hours or so. So, fatigue's certainly going to start to settle in. Luckily, there's breaks in between. You're not jumping directly into the next game. But it's going to be important for everybody involved, whether you're at the top or the bottom, to make sure that you stay kind of into the flow of things.
Definitely. We're going to start seeing that for sure.
Well, folks, we are playing fleet battles all day today and would love to remind you what exactly that entails. And for anybody new to Squadrons, make sure you pay attention to this video explaining kind of fleet battles and what we've got going on today.
Welcome to the Imperial Navy, new recruit. If you made it this far, then you have clearly shown your worth to the Empire that you can at least pilot a TIE fighter. In this training video, we will break down a battle simulation of a fleet battle and teach you how to destroy the rebel fleet while protecting our own. Once we deploy you and your squad into the battlefield, you must make your way to the middle of the field to meet the rebel ships. This is called the opening phase. At the start of the phase, a Raider and C-90 Corellian corvette are deployed to the field to assist each team with gaining morale. During this phase, it is imperative that you destroy as many rebel ships as you can to win boosts of morale for the morale meter before the rebellion gets the advantage to attack our fleet first. Morale can be gained by destroying enemy player ships, enemy NPC ships, and enemy cruisers. Do not forget that losing friendly ships will cost you morale. Every death will count negatively against your team. You will notice that this phase is timed, and if neither team fills the meter all the way to their side, then the team with the highest morale at the end of the timer will go on the offensive. Once on the offensive, you'll be tasked with destroying 2 enemy frigates. A friendly raider will join in and assist. Fighters and interceptors can protect the raider from enemy ships that attempt to launch strikes on it. Before our bombers and fighters can make their runs on the enemy frigates, the shields on them must be taken out. All ships can assist the raider with their standard cannons and components to slowly whittle away the shields. Some of our ships can be outfitted with ion weapons, both cannons and missiles, to do significantly more damage to the shields. Fighters can be outfitted with 1 ion torpedo that can remove the shield of a frigate immediately upon impact. Once the shield is down, our bombers can make their attack runs with proton bombs and composite beam weapons to make quick work of the hulls of these frigates. Interceptors and fighters can assist by taking out turrets and applying damage to the hull with missiles and standard cannons. Now, just like in the opening phase, all ships on the field are worth morale, and if you lose your raider or friendly ships, you will also lose morale. If at any time your morale meter becomes completely overtaken by the enemy's morale, then you will be forced to retreat back and defend our fleet from the enemy ships. On the defense phase, you must stop enemy ships from destroying our fleet. Morale can be gained by attacking the enemy raider, destroying enemy player ships, or shooting down enemy NPC ships. All ships can assist in each of these tasks, but like on the offensive, some of our ships can be better utilized for particular tasks. Bombers, for example, are extremely effective at taking out the enemy raiders and NPC ships, thanks to the Goliath missiles and multi-lock missiles. Fighters and interceptors can also assist with protecting the bombers by taking out enemy players and NPCs. Remember that if you lose friendly ships, your morale meter will suffer, especially if you lose a frigate. It is important that you do everything you can to stop enemy ships from attacking your frigates at all costs to quickly turn the tides of the fight. Once your morale meter is filled up again, you will go back on the offensive. Now, if the rebels manage to get to our Star Destroyer, you must protect its subsystems at all cost. The Star Destroyer has 2 shield generators located on the very top of the ship, a power system underneath the ship, and a targeting system located on the central deck. Now, as the rebels begin to destroy our subsystems, the Star Destroyer will become vulnerable to all types of damage from the enemy ships. Once you destroy both of the enemy frigates, you can start your assault on the enemy's flagship. The shields of the MC-75 are much stronger than the Nebulons, and ion weapons will be extremely useful for this assault. Fighters can assault the flagship with specialized ion cannons and ion missiles to allow the surface of the ship and its subsystems to be exposed to standard weapons. Ion weapons can also be used on exposed subsystems to disable them for 30 seconds to allow for more time to attack. With the shields disabled, our fighters and bombers can make attack runs on the shield generators. Fighters can use their powerful proton torpedoes and piercing torpedoes to do significant damage to the subsystems. Bombers can utilize their proton bombs and composite beam weapons to quickly destroy subsystems such as the shield generators. Our interceptors can also play a role in this phase by attacking enemy player ships, defending our raider, and strafing the subsystems with their cannons. With the shields permanently down, our ships can make attack runs on the surface of the flagship and the other subsystems. Bombers can utilize their multi-lock missiles and Goliath missiles to make quick work of the turrets on the ship. Destroying the power system will create weak points in their hull that can be attacked by any ship. The power system is also extremely vulnerable to ion weapons and can be destroyed in a matter of seconds with just ion cannons. Now with all the subsystems destroyed, your squadron can attack the non-destroyed sections of the hull with any bombardment. Target weak spots to deal critical damage to the ship. Once the ship loses too much of its hull, it will be completely destroyed. Congratulations, recruit. You've completed this training simulation. Good luck on the battlefield.
Hello and welcome back. So there you have it, folks. Fleet battles, part of the Squadrons esports and heavily played throughout the scene. And as shown there, this is exactly what we've got going on all weekend long today. The squad's already played 6 of those matchups so far. We've got 4 left for each team to determine our top 16. But fellas, while we are on our way back, sometimes the cockpit can feel a little bit lonely. Sometimes you need one of those awesome cockpit buddies, and we are giving away some of those Eckhart's little Doge cockpit buddies as well. There's going to be a link in chat, I believe, here in just a second, so make sure you sign up for that to get registered for one of those tiny little Doge. It was featured in the opening cinematic as well. It's a cute little cockpit buddy, and make sure you sign up to win. I would certainly love one of those. I don't know if you guys are going to sign up, but I might have to seek my name in there.
They are amazing. I love them.
Right. I think they were hand painted. They're really cute little guys. You go on your own sort of a dashboard. Your little cockpit dashboard there. No, it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Well, fellas, we are getting ready to jump into the next game, but I had a question I wanted to ask that I think a lot of people would love to know from the both of you. What is your favorite ship? I don't know if we're going to keep the question within Squadrons, outside of Squadrons. I know you guys have your opinions. I'd say I'm going to open the floor to whatever you want to talk about. I'm going to start with you here, Uplink. What is your favorite ship in the Star Wars universe?
So specifically Squadrons, I mean, to play Y-Wing for the memes,
Fair
obviously got to go the B-Wing. For the New Republic, I mean, for the Empire, I'd say again TIE Bomber, or I really like playing the Interceptor sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So those are 2 of my faves. I think. The bombers are so great.
On my side of things, it's you know what? I came in as an A-wing pilot. I made myself an A-wing shirt. Grew myself an A-wing pilot mustache. I absolutely love the A-wing. It was always my favorite throughout all of the original, say, X-wing, not TIE Fighter, couldn't fly it then, but X-wing versus TIE, X-wing Alliance games, all that stuff. So happy I could fly it here. I was really hoping we would see an assault gunboat for the Imperial Navy show up. Fingers crossed we can get it in Squadrons 2.
Squadrons 2.
But maybe not this time around. So but yeah, no, those were always my favorite. And I'm glad to see we've seen at least a few A-Wings around. They took some hits early on in some of the meta shifts and patches, but always looking forward to seeing those, and also those hot B-Wings. Who doesn't love them?
Well,
I mean, B-Wings.
I will say, in that last matchup that we watched, we actually kind of got to see the entire alphabet make an appearance there for a little while for the New Republic ship. So that was a lot of fun. And we talked about meta, and we're going to continue to talk about meta, especially I think tomorrow, where things really start to shape up with those top 16 teams. But heading into what is now round number 4, right? And you've got 2 more rounds left to go. There are teams that are going to try to secure top 8 spots, top 4 spots, battling it out, try to keep their undefeated records. There are going to be teams that are sort of middling squads that want to find some more points just to sneak into that top 16. Now, this is the big question, and I'll give this one over to you again here, Uplink, because I don't think we got to talk about it too much last time. But is this the point where, let's say, you're 2-1 and you're going up against another 2-1 team? Do you start to deviate from your game plan a little bit to try to find more success? Or are you just going to be stubborn, kind of hard-nosed? This is what works for us. We've got to stick to this game plan all day.
Personally, I think we're going to see, I hope we see some people that say, hey, if it's not working, let's switch it up. But I think a lot of it is going to be, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So
sure.
I think that's going to be the thing that we're going to see more of as we continue into the tournament. And like we were talking about earlier, we may start to see some fatigue of these players. We've been rocking and rolling for quite some time now. Maybe some of these players are going to be like, man, I'm starting to feel the stress of all of these. Even if you're not playing consistently, you may start to feel it, start to come and hit you. Adrenaline start to wear off.
Well, of course, it's not only just the fatigue you have to worry about, but the higher pressure situations, things like that. And we can even take a quick look at our format here today, just to kind of give you a rundown of what we've been doing all day long. It's a 5-round Swiss qualifier. We may have some tiebreakers to get through as well once we're done with this 5th round. 2 games per match. So win or lose, you got to play the second one. And hope that you have a favorable record coming out of that. And, of course, only the top 16 will advance to day 2, where, again, folks, there's $20,000 on the line. You might not win it today, but you'll have a chance tomorrow, $10K to that first place team. So certainly a lot to play for. And we are, again, moving towards kind of the second half of the day. There's your prizes right down below us there, 10K to first, 5K to second, and third and fourth with the $2,500. A lot of money on the line, and I know these players definitely going to be trying their best. And, securing that top spot here, R1, is definitely on the minds of a lot of teams, because even if you slip down to sort of the 6th to 8th place sort of range, you're going to get some really good teams in that first round.
Right. We've got with the teams we've got so far, we've got 3 teams still with undefeated records. They are 3 wins, 0 ties, 0 losses. 3 teams beneath them with 2 wins and 1 tie apiece. And then from 7 through 14, 2 wins, 1 loss. So it really is anybody's game for these top slots that we've got going into day 2 here. Everybody, of course, can hit exclamation standings to check out or get a link to our current standings and what's going on there. But a lot of these last 2 rounds to be played, these are now the deciding factors on which teams are going to show up tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the big time. We're getting the lobby set up. While we do that, do have another question that we've got on the docket here for you all. We would like to know which is the best pilot in all of Star Wars. So this is where I think we're going to get some people arguing in chat, which I'm most looking forward to because I just get to watch it as the host.
Get out
Well,
here, Wedge.
Why is that? Give me a
I
reason
mean,
why.
the man's a legend. He has been historically underrated. He has been murdered in The Rise of Skywalker. This man has been through so much. Consistent. This man is a legend, mentioned throughout the book series, mentioned throughout the movies. He was the co-pilot of Lando Calrissian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what more do you need? Guy's got everything. I mean, pancake face for life, baby.
It's important to get that moisturizer. It was always one of my favorite sort of Squadrons pilots to have in game as well. I wish there was some type of like hairspray mister I could spray on myself as an emote just to say, hey man, listen, I gotta keep moisturized. These flaps don't do it themselves, Oh man, I hate it because you stole mine. Like I figured I was gonna come out of left field with the Enyub, and no. Oh boy. I mean, I guess you could always go back and just simply say, hey, listen, at one point in time, there's just one guy that took out a Death Star, and his name was Luke Skywalker. It's kind of a rough one because so whiny back then, but
Right.
fair enough. Maybe he wasn't the best. Maybe he just had some force assistance, and that's why he was able to get done what needed to be done. So maybe he was the best pilot. But you're right. Wedge always a classic.
Luke.
Step 2 of that, yes.
See, that you actually bring up an interesting point with the whole force. Obviously that was kind of the big point in the movie, right? Where it's certainly a quotable point in that movie as well. But does that detract from any pilots that have the force? Does that detract from their overall piloting skills?
They've got hacks, cheats.
Oh, hacks, cheats. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Anakin also we see that clearly in the prequels. And he's got skills. This is pod racing.
He does have skills at keeping the ship he's driving.
That's
fair. If we want to include those things, you really can't discount Anakin, though. From the prequels, it's not maybe a generation of pilots that maybe my silvered hair of generation of folks is going to agree with. But at the same time, game got to recognize game.
There you go.
We're seeing a lot of Harrison Dula and a lot of Wedge Antilles as well in the chat. So
yeah, I think that's to be expected, certainly, and that's why I love this question, because it gets chat involved as well, and maybe we'll have to revisit it. We need like a poll legitimately for chat to vote in next time.
I did see Han Solo in there, and I don't know. I've got a few maneuvers, and then. Okay, well maybe
right.
I don't know if I could really qualify that as extremely good, but hey, that's okay.
That's
folks,
fantastic.
we are getting ready for our upcoming matchup here, but we do have that giveaway winner for the Doge. I believe this is for the Doge cockpit buddy. I believe. I think that is true. It is.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. So. It looks like the winner is iSped. Yeah, iSped. ISPED. Yeah, is the winner there. So congratulations to you. We will reach out to you via email that you signed up with, and enjoy your Doge cockpit buddy. I know that the three of us are kind of jealous right now. You might get emails from one of the three of us. I wouldn't be surprised if Uplink has something to try to barter with you for it.
I'll trade you 2 Vite Ramens for that difference.
There you go. Hey, if you buy him one of these T16Ks, man, maybe he'll.
That's true.
It's on the books there. You can. We'll see. But anyways, congratulations on the win there, and fellas. I believe we have our next teams. They're not quite ready yet, but we know who are going to be playing in this next matchup. It's Tempest versus Ghost Peppers. And to me, again, it sounds like a matchup where we might see some players we're not 100% used to here in the upper side of the scene.
Have we seen Tempest before?
So we have seen Tempest a little bit. So they're one of, if I want to say, they're one of the, I don't know, Gray Squadron.
Okay,
units, fleets, collaborations, collective. They've got a ton of different groups, all that sort of maybe come from the same headspace or the same training grounds, if you will, but all sort of work and train themselves and practice independently. They are, both of these teams are hungry, if I want to call it that. So they are currently on the bubble for that top 16 cut. Both teams are 1-1 so far. This is going to be a tight match that is going to really play into who will be on the screen tomorrow in our top 16 bracket. I'm excited.
Definitely. Tempest, you could say Tempest is ready to eat some ghost peppers.
Oh, maybe, but maybe those ghost peppers are just too spicy.
Oh man, I'm so glad I don't have to actually cast this game. You two in your own little world. That's wonderful. On the same page, certainly. But yeah, the matchup, we are getting that ready. Players are joining the lobby here in just a moment. So round number 4 are going to be underway. And again, folks, this is kind of the back half of our day to day. Of course, we've got a whole lot more squadrons tomorrow. It's a whole weekend of fleet battles, and
Heck yeah.
and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. But these matchups, as the two of them just kind of made mention to, these are the battles that are you're going to want to watch if you are a fan of one of these teams, because this could very well determine whether they play in the top 16 tomorrow or not. So while we get things going, I believe we've got everybody ready and in the lobby. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to you guys. Have fun. Bring us into round number 4. It's Tempest versus the Ghost Peppers.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Heck yeah. So looking at just some of the roster, so Ghost Pepper, a bit of a conglomeration, it looks like, of a few different players have seen in the squadron scene before, coming together to get things done today. Tempest, of course, with their regular roster of folks. So it should be an exciting matchup here. I don't know. Both teams have had their share of success and setback throughout today. Of course, like I said, 1-1-1. I don't know. I'm interested to see what we've got going on here.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what each of these matches brings to the offerings here. What are they going to be looking to do? Are we going to see something off the wall? Are we going to see something something a little spicy, maybe? Something a little wild?
I do appreciate that one of our Tempest Squadron members is named Expired, with perhaps a tribute to the Ek stream that we're on here. But it's both of these teams coming in with a well-skilled set of players on them, even if they may be from slightly different sources, if you will.
Okay.
But yeah, no, there are no slouches in this matchup here. So we could see, in fact, we see already a little bit of change up. In fact, you can see from the rankings and levels, perhaps from the pilots on screen there, absolutely no slouches. Boy TV, of course, one of the more prolific members of the squadron community. That good level 640 pilot there. But we can see them coming in 3 TIE bombers wide there, 1 TIE interceptor, 1 TIE defender, and then on the Republic side of things with Ghost Pepper. I may have that mixed up. Well, on the New Republic side of things, regardless, a relatively standard setup between 2 X-Wings, 2 Y-Wings, and a U-Wing. I should probably check these rosters. And of course, it does look like, so Ghost Peppers did have or at least picked the Imperial side of things. Gray Squadron Tempest coming in with the New Republic end.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be good. Looking up the Battlefy here, you can pull that up in chat as well. Look at the standings, and that's ! standings here, and you can see who's playing, how many wins and loses they have here. Looking to be pretty good. Really good spread here, and my goodness, man.
Yeah, right.
So pumped.
All sorts of highly skilled players coming out in this particular round here. I know also perhaps just a shout out to all the other players that have been streaming their games so far for this event, whether it's from the Splinter Squadron, Fractured Squadron, those for a different slice of the action as we get into this round 4 here today. Suns 20K tournament. Yeah. All right. So as the Emperor had foreseen, we've got a little bit of a change up. No TIE fighter, still an interceptor, a TIE defender, and 3 TIE bombers coming in for the Imperial side of the table here. And those 2 X's, 2 Y's, and a U-Wing support for New Republic. We are coming in hot on that CR-90 Corvette here from...
I see what you did there.
Yeah, there we go. On that CR-90 from Ghost Pepper Squadron. Trying to fight for that initiative on that opening round. And the player kill on Pool Boy will flip it to Tempest Squadron as they take home that opening coin toss. Right. We can see a little bit of regroup here. Plenty of time now. Ooh, Chalk here with that Plasburst. Ooh, taking a lot of fire. There. Oh, he does secure the player kill on Adala. He's got to make sure. Excuse me, Chalk. Now M trying to get out of there. Out of shields, low on health as well. Regenerated, maybe. He's turning back around. He doesn't want to give it up. He's under fire, trying to dodge between all those different pieces of debris. Is he going to get out of there? Frosty hot on his tail. Oh, and it looks like they are going to make it out of there. So those expert maneuvers around the debris of Sisabo here, able to save Chalk and that attack run. Continued pressure.
This is your map, am I right?
Oh yeah, this is my map. Sisabo is my favorite. Continued pressure. I hear a meme beam somewhere there. Continued pressure on those Architon cruisers. We've got shields completely down, just about half hull on D, almost completely down on shields on C. Lots of damage being spread between these. Not a lot of pressure back though. Good Squadron S coming out as well, and there's the last of the shields as well. Hey, our Ghost Peppers are just hammering Tempest Squadron here. We actually might even have, I'm looking at it, might even have the side split. There we go, we've got it. Tempest Squadron putting the pressure on Ghost Peppers here. A little bit of AI. Here we can see a close-up on that Architons. The beacons are out on it. The beacons are lit. Take that Architons cruiser down, and there it goes. And we're on to just one cruiser remaining. Woo! Oh man, get that slice there, just right down the middle of that old whatever you want to call it, engine O-ring there. And we're now just still at about half morale. Ghost Pepper struggling to find those AI kills and player kills to reset that morale bar. Tempest, unrelentless. Excuse me, relentless, unrelentless, what is that? Relentless in their assault on this Architons, on these cruisers here. Will Ghost Pepper be able to push them back?
This is a strong opening for Tempest here. They're doing a fantastic job of keeping the pressure on Ghost Peppers.
Absolutely.
They may be trying to make some Ghost Pepper salsa.
Oh! And we can see, Trev, the U-Wing support for Tempest does finally go down. That Architon's just about to go,
there
but
we
no.
go.
Ghost Pepper does finally things back. They are back on the assault here. We did see a bit of a line change for Tempest Squadron in there. Oh, is that Architons? There it goes!
Oh.
Architons down, both cruisers down for Ghost Pepper. They are only now, they only have the ISD left, but they are on the assault here. They need to get some stuff done here. These Nebulon Bees are not gonna, they're not gonna kill themselves. But we can see the ions going out, some blaster fire going out, and on D, shields are down on D, still good morale left in that bar. We saw a little bit of that, of course, hit from that Architons going out at the beginning of this assault phase here, and now continued pressure coming into those Nebulon Bees. Bomber coming in. Look at that bomb and run there. Oh, well, maybe not so successful. Careen into the underbelly of that Nebulon Bee. Anti-Star exploding during that attack run. Morale holding at about 25%. They've still got to get some things done. Another player kill coming in on medkit there.
Ooh.
It is looking tight. We have seen a little bit of a change up and perhaps even just some flex between the members of Tempest Squadron. Oh boy, now going down as well. That ion and a follow-up kill on them. So now we've got a line change. It looks like we are going, I'm going to say it, oops, all X-Wings. There it is. We've got 4 X-Wings wide with that U-Wing for support coming in on that ISD. They've seen those Vaders sloop videos. They know where they're headed. But yet, we've got so many Plasbursts coming in from Tempest Squadron here. I think that's Precursor Chad and Twa MC also with the Plasbursts as well. Giving room for Expired and Maticus Rex here coming in on that Vander sloop. Beautiful shot here. Coming in, with a little bit of crossplay on that ISD shield generator, taking it out in one shot.
Very nice.
Beautiful, beautiful swoop there. Holy smokes.
That shot, too.
Just gorgeous. Manicus Rest continuing to hammer our way at those shield generators, ionizing that shield generator. So this is an excellent sort of optional play here. Rather than direct damage coming in on that shield gen, now they've got an opportunity to deliver damage to the hull and power systems unshielded, and also deliver longer range shots on that ISD shield generator.
Oh, there it goes.
Boom, there it finally goes. 3 subsystems down on that. Can they make it a 4 stack?
Goodness gracious.
Yes, they will. All 4 subsystems down for that ISD. They finally force back Tempest Squadron here, but not before they get a couple of those tasty weak points on that ISD.
Oh, is he going for the rear?
Ooh, they're trying to get it out of there. Maybe, possibly. Can he? Yeah, no.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh! They knew they couldn't get all the way back, so they decided, well, I'll do as much damage to this ISD as I possibly can. It has, its risks and rewards. Obviously, you're going to hammer a few more damage points home on an ISD, but also it leaves you undefended for that time period. So Manicus does actually flex out of that X-Wing and back into a Y-Wing for AI kills. That is incredibly valuable to its team, showing that flexibility from Tempest Squadron here. All right, Ghost Pepper's now on their, what could be their very last assault phase here. They've just got to get things done.
They need to take it down, man.
Both Nebulon Bees are in that danger zone range, but will they be able to take them out, or will the defense from Tempest Squadron just be too much for them? Boy, it is strong. Oh boy goes down yet again during this attack run. The wall of pain that they continue to run into. No, they don't get the kill on that before the flip. It is now a complete fallback to defend against that ISD. Ooh, this could be extremely dangerous now for Ghost Pepper. They need to have a perfect defense round in order to stay alive here. That ISD is down to about 50%. They're going to get extra ticks of damage from both the CR-90 coming in and that remaining Nebulon B cruiser still being up. This is do or die for Ghost Peppers. Can they stay alive here?
Tempest on a whirlwind, I will say. Woo! Destroying Ghost Peppers. Like, they set themselves up so perfectly for this next round here.
And here we can see Expire coming in on those weak points. He gets 1, he gets 2. Are they going to finish?
Look at all that damage, man.
Just damage pouring in from all around. Doesn't matter weak point or not.
Just totally on fire.
Just nothing left. There's nothing left but the crying. That ISD goes down in a ball of fire. Tempest Squadron taking round 1 in this just best of, well, I guess you could say just
New Republic victory as well.
New Republic victory. Boy. What a round there. 11 player kills from Precursor Chad, getting it done with those Plas Burst cannons. Chua MC, Chua? 4 kills for them as well. Boy, that was a lesson in Squadrons from Tempest there. Really, I hate to say it, showing us all how it's done during that round 1 of game 1 of round 4 here on the Twin Suns 20K tournament.
That was so intense, man. Just completely steamrolled Ghost Pepper. I hate to say it because I was voting for them. I was hoping that we'd get some spiciness from them. We've got Ghost Pepper Squadron. We've got Spicy Squadron. Could they match up later on in the tournament? I mean, if Tempest keeps on going like this, I don't know.
It's a very, very good question here. Boy, I don't know. The showing there from Tempest really showing, I guess, us, the community at large, that they are forced to be reckoned with, despite maybe even their standing so far in the event, just 1-1-1. They are hungry to make it into that top 16.
They're hungry. The spicy pepper they just ate there just got them even
Not
hungrier
phased
for
at
some
all.
more victory.
That's right. That ghost
Eating it like it's a bell pepper.
That's right. Just down all at once. They might go. Who knows? Maybe they'll go off and have a Homer Simpson, a dream sequence later on in between rounds here. Who knows? Maybe that'll be enough to get Ghost Pepper in for a tie, a split of the round in round 2 here. I don't know. It's I don't know. Uplink, what do you think we're going to end up seeing? Are we going to change things up? There's quite a lot on the line here. I want to say there's going to be pressure on Ghost Pepper to change things up and really change their strategy for game 2.
I hope they do. We've seen a lot of teams that were down for the count stick with what they had, even if it didn't give them the victory. We've seen that for a couple of the matches here where they just kept on keeping on. And I hope that Ghost Peppers sees the loss that they had and they're able to push it to the next level, change things up, switch out their strategy.
And I guess, right, Tempest is now in the situation where they can say, okay, we know it worked in that last game. We're going to maybe flip over from a faction standpoint into, the Imperial side of things for game 2. I mean, I don't know. I have to imagine we're going to see a very strong showing from, at least based on what we've seen before, TIE Defenders and TIE Bombers. If you need to get it done, those are the tools on the Imperial side of things. I don't know what Ghost Pepper is going to show up with. They did have a little bit of a unique setup to begin with the TIE Interceptor and TIE Defender. They had no support almost the entire game, so I do wonder if we're going to see them switch into a support for game 2 here.
I hope so. I hope they switch it up. I hope we see some of those strategies come back, and I hope they can bring forward their best foot. And if they want to win, they have to. Ghost Pepper has to bring the heat. I'm sorry, guys, for all of these puns, but like, how can you not?
How can you not? Right? No, exactly. And maybe while we're waiting in between, right? I'm sure I'd be getting my Thrustmaster ready here. Of course, Thrustmaster, the official hardware sponsor of our Twin Suns tournament here. Of course, special thanks to Vite Ramen and Audible for sponsoring our event today. They have been spectacular supporters of the Squadron community so far, and we are going to continue here in just a moment. It looks like they are getting the lobby set up. So I guess while we're waiting in between here, we can check a little bit on maybe some of the standings that we've had so far. I know, right, currently, of course, just saw Tempest Squadron take their first game versus Ghost Pepper. You'll be happy to know, Uplink, that Spicy Squadron did manage to take their game 1 against another Gray Squadron. So maybe we'll still see some spice later on in this event here.
What kind of spice? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. It might just be a generic spicy. Might be like, maybe more of a, I don't know, Tapatio spice. I don't know. It's not Ghost Pepper. Maybe it's more of a. Why am I blanking on the name of the hot rooster sauce? Oh my goodness, I should know this, and I'm sure chat is about to tell me which one I'm missing on. But also, right, we can get a little bit of that good spiciness there as well. But I don't know. A lot of I can in fact see that we've got a few other games coming in here. Oh, I actually just now see Teamsters took game 1 versus Splinter Squadron in their match as well. So we've got some hot competition. I know we haven't seen them on cast today. I am sure we'll see a lot of these top tier competing teams or competitive esports squadron teams tomorrow. But there is some hot competition going on in other parts of the bracket today.
Cavern Angel won their first match against Hut Cartel. Let's see here.
Yeah, also Shrapel pulling off game 1 against Junk Squadron. The Roughnecks taking it to the Death Squadron.
That's quite the matchup. Junk versus Shrapel. It's like looking in a mirror.
Oh, it really is. I mean, I really hope they were playing on Sisabo. I mean, where better could you have that match? Junk versus Shrapel on a space junk map. It's just, I mean, I don't know. It would be too good just for the memes.
Exactly.
So yeah, a lot of exciting games going on right now. We are looking forward to game 2 here. You know, Uplink. We've been doing this for a little while now. Is there anything so far over the course of all the Squadrons games that we've seen where something, at least so far today, has maybe surprised you or been something different that we haven't seen previously?
The first match that we had for the day, it was a lot of. It was against the meta, and I love to see that. I love to see it when you see a team say, "Oh, you know what? Qualifiers, let's have some fun. Let's get in and enjoy our time and switch things up a bit." So I think there's been a few teams that have just been stepping away from the support, and I wonder if this is going to be a trend that we see continuing through the rest of the tournament, if we see any of that tomorrow, because support is such a huge part for competitive esports. It is a big part of what great Squadrons competitive team so effective.
It's an excellent point, and I think you're absolutely right. And whether you want to say it's a support player in Squadrons or a support player in a MOBA, style game in general, right? Those are critical components of those team compositions, right? And I think we've seen teams have mixed success, maybe we'll put it that way, going with or without these support ships. I mean, I think we've seen everything ranging from the old Oopso TIE Defender days, right, where it was just all one ship, especially when you're going in on that capital ship attack phase. You're trying to do as much damage as possible in as short a time as possible. At the same time, you lose that longevity in field, that ability to mask yourself, that ability to escape and preserve morale. So you're absolutely right. I think we've seen teams both abandon that support ship and also hold onto it extremely tightly, depending on how they like to just run their teams. Splinter Squadron is a great example of that. They've held on to that support role throughout all of their matches so far.
Also, this just in. We've got some discussion in the chat here and some updates. Area Witch says the score got reported wrong. Splinter Squadron did not lose. So
well then, I stand corrected.
Right? Okay. I mean, that's more expected.
I mean,
it's not as fun that they didn't lose one, but
Fair enough. Okay, so good to know we've got our story straight. Thanks to our reporter in the field there for that update. But you're absolutely right. So, for example, so Splinter Squadron, right, holding on very tightly to that. Randalorians have maybe sort of a mixed relationship with it, sometimes going with it, sometimes abandoning it, depending on what phase. And here we can see support on their opening squadron composition here. We saw them go no support all of last game, and they are sticking to those guns. So they are 2 X-Wings. Hey, there's my A-Wing. And 2 Y-Wings for Ghost Pepper on the New Republic side of things. We've got 2 TIE Bombers, support from Trev and Precursor Chav, and Whipped Cream Belly. Ooh. In the TIE Defender for Tempest Squadron. Let's see how their opening coin flip plays out here. You can see Whipped Cream and Chad trying to put pressure on those Y-Wings as quickly and as firmly as possible, trying to prevent them from scoring those AI kills. Sometimes successful, sometimes not. A little bit of bump around that terrain. Are they going to be able to secure that kill or not? It looks like maybe Adala is going to be able to get away. Frosty trying to come in for some support there. Is it going to be enough to get Whipped Cream off? Precursor Chad does go down, but they do have the morale. Lead coming in about 10 seconds into this coin flip. Adala also finally going down. Trying to find more AI kills. Tempest Squadron holding on to that brief lead. Oh, but no, the Raider goes down. That is 20 points in favor of Ghost Pepper. Flipping that morale bar the opposite direction. Is Tempest going to be able to get that CR90? Looks like they also have now gotten their Corvette as well. Maybe no, just a few more AI packs. Boy, this is back and forth here. New Republic and Tempest Squadron trading blows. And it will be with almost 10 seconds left in the round. Oh, man.
Oh.
It is so close.
Can they keep it?
Can they keep it for the last 5 seconds?
Because it could change
here?
At any moment.
Right. That CR90 is still up, and it looks like it will
and they
go
keep
to.
It.
Yes, Ghost Peppers as the owners of that opening coin flip. A very, very tough as nails fight for that opening coin flip there. They don't have a full morale bar, and so there is, a little bit of risk in having this as your opening attack phase, but I suppose it's better to say win a little bit of time up front here to prepare yourself, do some damage to those cruisers, so that the next time you come around, they are ready to go down in full. All right, so we can see now Ghost Pepper coming in, a little bit of resupply from them. Adala, oh no, Ion coming in on Interstellar, and they go down. Shields are holding strong on C, or well, not holding strong, they're almost gone on C. D, still just a little bit of damage there, only a few shots in. Morale bar just about 50-50 so far. Maticus Rex taking some damage, trying to find those AI kills. This Architect's cruiser just rolling in, guns ablazing, firing at everybody they can possibly find. We've got shields down completely on C now, still no change in that morale bar. The pressure Ghost Pepper has been able to put on those TIE bombers has been successful. We finally have a morale change, and it's from a player kill. Adala does go down. That's going to push that bar a little bit, but still no AI packs. Okay, finally, some AI packs are being found. Almost a minute and a half into that defensive round. Another player kill on Pull Boy. A few more AI packs pushing that meter the opposite direction.
So Ghost Pepper doing a pretty good job with keeping some damage going here.
Yeah, really surprised here.
Flip,
there we go. That Corvette finally does go down. It looks like we also will see that Architects go down a little bit out of phase, so a good lead into a defensive phase for Ghost Peppers here. I don't know if you want to say it's been a faction change or just a change in perspective, morale, whatever you want to call it. They were, Ghost Pepper, extremely solid on this opening phase from the coin fit and their opening assault, taking down that first cruiser, setting them up really well for the next attack. Then on defense now for Ghost Pepper, assault from Tempest. We can see, we can see a Whipped Cream chasing folks through that debris there, unable to find any player kills, but now firing that Ion into that Nebula B, trying to take the shields down on D Frigate, swinging around, getting those glorious TIE Defender drifts. And a little bit of explosion going on there, maybe perhaps an early Goliath detonation. But no kills coming in. One kill actually from Adala.
Loss of a big amount of morale there.
Raider
Tempest
does go down, yeah. So no player kills coming in on Tempest from Ghost Pepper, but Ghost Pepper able to defeat enough AI and that Raider cruiser shifting the morale almost completely in their favor. They just need a little bit more to push it over the edge. Can they do it? Pull Boy out of shields. He's a juicy target. Can they secure a kill on them to extend this phase? No, Heller will go down.
No.
And outstanding defense from Ghost Peppers here. They will get a cruiser out of phase at the end of that, along with a player kill. Boy, that was a really solid 25 points of morale there right at the end of that flip.
Perfectly placed there.
Yeah, whether it's through luck or a skill, that is really going to set Tempest up well for the beginning of this defense phase. They've got one Architect's Cruiser remaining, still got a little bit of shields left on it, full hull, before Ghost Pepper then makes their attack in on that ISD. We can see them change into a 3 deep on X-Wings, 1 A-Wing, 1 Y-Wing. Now hammering in on that light cruiser. Adala goes down again. Boy, they are just picking on that Y-Wing.
Nice.
Also see a player kill on Trev. Try to even things out just a little bit. They are just putting the hurt on that Architens. You can see the turrets getting blown out all over there. Oh man, and a ton of AI and player kills coming through. Interstellar going down, Medikit going down, and that will be a complete flip. A spectacular defense there. I don't know if that was more spectacular defense or perhaps just a flub on offense from Ghost Pepper there. They were only able to get that Architens down to about 35% on that hull before Tempest was able to flip that complete change in that defense from their first defensive phase. Tempest will not go down without a fight here. See Heller now spraying that Nebula B with that rotary cannon. Bombs coming in, Goliath's coming in, getting a resupply from Trev. There's that advantage of that offensive support, refilling the missiles on that and repairing the hull. So much hull, right, on that TIE bomber right before that Nebula B now splits in half. Tempest is on to assaulting the MC-75. Oh
my gosh.
Man, Heller was making that attack run on that shield generator. Ghost Pepper
They were
said,
trying.
Nuh-uh, not today.
That happened so quickly, too.
No, right? Maticus Rex does manage to find their way in there. Goes under the shield, gets one shield generator. Oh, but now also gets ioned as well. Raider goes down for the Tempest Squadron. Pushing that morale bar. Can they flip before they get that last shield generator? No.
Ghost
shield generator
Peppers
goes
with
down.
that defense, man.
So very strong defense. Oh, look at this. Little support. Oh boy. Oh, man.
3 down on the Empire, and we got 2 either switching out or switching out. We've got 2 X-Wings now. 3 X-Wings.
There we go.
4 X-Wings.
4 X-Wings. So a full boat of X-Wings now coming in. Still sticking with the 1 air superiority interceptor. Coming in, making that attack run on that Architens cruiser, then going straight into that ISD as quickly as possible. We can see here from that CR-90 shot, that Architens just breaking up, and that is done. We're going to be leading in onto that ISD assault phase. Here we go. We've got Medkit trying to break fire, trying to come in under those shields, getting that Vandersloop run, making it perfect, getting that mark. Ooh.
Oh.
Excellent double team on that ISD shield generator, but it's not quite enough. But there's another X-Wing coming in. Oh, they're coming cross with a dual torpedo launch. Damage coming in all around. 1 shield generator down. Just a second one with just a hair.
There we go.
There it is down as well. All right, quick check on morale. We've got about 50% of that bar left. Oh no, a player kill on Adala again. Before they are able to take down this power system,
They need to do some damage. They need to get as much as they can before the tide switches, because we saw how fast Tempest can change the tide.
Absolutely here. I think, in fact, it'll probably be an excellent call if Ghost Pepper now switches to try to take down the targeting system, but we'll see. Are they going to go for targeting? Are they going to go just for straight damage? They get 1 blister there. Are they going to pop another one here in the front of the ISD? That hull is falling on the ISD. Star Destroyer down to about 55% hull. Oh, but that CR-90 is taking a breathing in there. It's probably going to go down. Just a ball of fire, still trying to float out in space. There it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
And
yep, and the morale gets switched again.
Oh man, this ISD is so hurt here. There's only about 20%, 8% left on that hull. This is completely out of phaseable. 5% now.
Oh.
I think we're going to see a push out of phase. Oh boy, trying to make that attack run. They're throwing everything that they can at it. 3%, 2%. That is it for that ISD. Out of phase from Ghost Peppers. They split Around
That
1-1.
is what I'm talking about.
That is good Squadrons strategy there. Boy, howdy. Oh, man. What an exciting round from Ghost Peppers there, showing us they will not go down without a fight. An excellent match between Ghost Pepper and Tempest to round out round 4 here for us. Oh, man, I got to slap myself in the face a few times just to recover from that fight.
Woo!
Huge
Look
damage.
at all those player kills,
Huge player kills again from the Precursor Chat and Tempest Squadron there. Whew, boy. I know.
Whew.
I've got to go towel myself down after that round. We're going to go to a quick break here as we switch into round 5. Thanks again for joining us for round 4. We'll see you again in just a moment.
Would you lie across the sand? Many miles I took to make it. Tell me, is it left to try? Tell me, is it left to try? Push and pull the times we had. Is a memory mistaken? Tell me, is it left to try? Tell me, is it left to try? Where do we
The 20K Twin Suns tournament is sponsored by Vite Ramen. For all things delicious, check out shop.viteramen.com. Thrustmaster, the official hardware partner of the Twin Suns tournament, and Audible. For a free month and a free book, visit audible.com/EckhartsLadder. And folks, welcome back to the 20K Twin Suns tournament. I am your host here in Hunted. Joined with me now, we've got Hammer and Uplink to close out of the show here. Round number 5. Last chance for these teams to get points on the board and qualify for that top 16. And Hammer, welcome back. We watched a pretty good matchup just recently. I will say all of the matchups today have been pretty good, but another 2-0. And I was talking to R1 last time. Is that surprising coming into this, that we're seeing a lot of 2-0s throughout the day?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Hello?
And,
Oh, you're fine.
hello?
There we go.
Hammer, are we here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's, I mean, the 2-0s, oh, sorry, I had a little bit of a brain moment there.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
The 2-0s, I mean, yes and no, right? The 2-0s in the beginning of the Swiss kind of make sense to me as teams are finding their positions on the Swiss board per se as the randomization happens in the beginning. But seeing 2-0s consistently does surprise me. So I'm curious to see in this final round if we're going to see another 2-0 or it's going to be a 1-1.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I'm interested to see how this last matchup will play out, because theoretically these should be the closest games all day long, right? These should be the teams that are as close to one another as possible, trying to slug it out here for their chance at the top 16. Before we round out the day with our final matchup, we do have another giveaway to get into. We are giving away another one of those Thrustmaster T16Ks. There's going to be a link in chat for you to register for that if you haven't already. And I wish you the best of luck, because again, just from my perspective, from owning one for it's been at least a couple years now, it's certainly a wonderful piece of hardware, and we thank Thrustmaster for their being the title hardware sponsor for us here today. And guys, we talk about how great these Thrustmaster products are, but it really is, until you get to try one, it's crazy how much care and research and stuff goes into these flight sticks.
And the immersion too while playing, man, it just blows my mind.
Oh yeah.
Such a great way to dive deep into feeling like you are flying a ship in Star Wars.
Yeah. and again, too, in VR where you can't necessarily see your controls, like, oh, it's that tactile feedback of a joystick.
Yes.
Chef kiss.
No, absolutely. So folks, make sure you get registered for that. We will draw that here in just a little while. But fellas, now that we're coming down to sort of the end of the day, of day number 1, kind of a bittersweet moment. There's still a ton of Squadrons left to play tomorrow with that 16 team bracket single elimination. We'll have plenty to work through there. But again, want to talk about how things are shaping up across the bracket, and where we kind of stand moving forward. Uplink, with this being the last round, are we expecting to see anything crazy coming out in this last game?
I don't think so. I think we're going to see a lot of people start to be, okay, we're on the last round. We got to win. We got to do what we know. Let's go full hog. This is the time to go. This is the time just to send it, do what you do, and get the victory if you can.
Well, yeah. This last round decides seeding for tomorrow for the top 16 teams too, right? So this is definitely the time to go the hardest you can to try to get that higher seed.
I'm trying not to die over here.
Oh, okay.
One of the guys in the chat says, I want to thrust it. I want to be a master.
Well, there you go. Thrustmaster. Perfect. Works out perfectly. But yeah, I mean, again, with the way that we've seen things today, a lot of pretty similar matchups as far as the maps go. have we? I can't remember. I don't think we've been through the whole rotation of maps. I wonder if that comes down into play. Obviously with everything kind of being random, I know tomorrow will be a little bit different, but how do you deal with going into kind of a random map kind of Swiss bracket where you don't really get control over what you play? You kind of just have to adapt.
You kind of just got to deal with it, right? Like, there are some maps that are great counter picks to, let's say, like a team choosing Empire, but now in Swiss, it's like, okay, now we have to just grin and bear through like getting New Republic on Fostar, right? Like that's not the pick you want, but it's the hand you've been given, so you just got to play through that and find a way to win. We've seen it too.
Yeah. I've also been loving the amount of out of phase wins.
That last game?
And, like, seriously, I love to see it. It makes me so happy when it's like, you know what? We're going to go against the game. And, like, I know we're supposed to be defending right now, but let's just go.
I mean, the game gave you the mechanic for it, right? So, like, go for it. Send.
Well, I certainly agree. We've seen a lot more of that too as the game has gotten older. But here's another question from Chad here. Who's your favorite Star Wars character? We already talked about Star Wars pilots. Who was the best pilot? Now this is a little bit more personal. Who is your favorite character? Hammer, I'm going to put you on the spot first. Oh, no, he's Googling something. All right, fine.
Find his name.
Uplink, you've got it. All right, you can save him here, Uplink. Give him a chance to Google his character.
Okay.
I know who he is. I just don't want to screw up the name.
Nine is also my favorite character.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
There we go. Got it.
Even before he was in Battlefront 2015, I loved the character of Nine. I mean, his looks, everything, his character, his skill as a pilot, his skill as a mechanic. All of it comes to play in his character, and Solist is one of my favorite planets in Star Wars, so, like, Nyan is the full package.
I'm surprised that you... well, I guess I'm not terribly surprised that you went same answer both times. I guess one kind of leads into the other, but interesting that you're kind of full on board the train there. What about you, Hammer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm interested now that you had to Google it.
I'm ready for some deep cut faves right now.
So I grew up with the 2003 Star Wars Clone Wars show. It's the animated one by the same guy that did Samurai Jack. It's very minimalist at times, and it's so aesthetic. Oh my goodness. And there was one scene that it's kind of become somewhat of a meme of sorts with like Doom music. But it blew my mind as a kid, and it's Captain Fordo, and he's like he picks up like guns and just bashes like a droids against the head, and it's like that scene felt so like visceral as a kid. It stuck in my head, and it was like just the execution of him and clones. I don't know, I loved it, and I still love it. I go back to that scene, I still love that scene and that character. So that's my pick.
You wanted the deep cut, Uplink. I think you got it. I don't know how much deeper you can get.
Hunted.
It's crazy. Oh,
what's your fave?
Nope. Hold on. Whoa. What's going on there with our? There we go. That's
dark letters.
Ooh, I gotta double check this is an audio book here. I know my favorite Star Wars book.
Yeah, this is a
It's
good
also a
question too, because
it's on Audible. We're good.
Okay, it is on Audible. Well, all right, then we'll start with you, Hammer. What is your favorite Audible audiobook?
So, as I said before, Clone Wars is like my favorite era. And my favorite Clone Wars novel series in general is Medstar. So, I read Medstar a bunch as a kid. Essentially, it's a Jedi that was brought, I forget which planet they went to, but the idea is the Jedi healer that was brought to heal these clones that are essentially like in jungle warfare. So, they're getting like killed by like roving like plants, and there's like disease and stuff. And it's such a cool contrast to we see clones like in some shows just get blown up, right? It's a very like wartime medic story framed in the Star Wars universe, and that series specifically, the Star Wars Clone Wars Medstar series, which is on Audible, is by far my favorite.
So I pulled up a list of Audible Star Wars books. I am a huge audio guy. Like, I love it when you get the soundscapes of the Star Wars
Sure.
Basically soundscapes of everything. Like Foley artists have my respect so much. I love Dooku Jedi Lost because it's a full cast. You get to see these different characters. You get the audio soundscape of everything. And I also like the audiobook, the novelization audiobook of Revenge of the Sith. That is a great soundscape. I remember going on a road trip and pulling that up, and I was like, oh, it's probably just going to be reading out the script type thing. But no, it was like full cast. It was fantastic.
Huh. Nice.
And that's one of the I will say the soundscaping and some of the cool stuff people have been able to do with audiobooks in particular. Really, I mean, there will always be people who are not necessarily fans of the audio kind of listening, reading type deal. But if you are interested in that soundscape kind of stuff, seriously, check out some of those awesome novels on Audible. I'm sure you will find something you like. Whether it's Star Wars related or not, there are tons of different books there on the Audible website. It's helped me. I used to have a job that required me to commute 3.5 hours a day there and back, and Audible pretty much saved my life during those times. So definitely check that out, and we thank them for being a headlining sponsor here for the Twin Suns tournament we've got going on here. We are getting ready to start round number 5 here in just a minute. We got another topic: favorite ramen flavor, savory or spicy? This one's a tough one, man. I think I put Hammer on the spot last time. I think Uplink, we're going to start with you this time.
Okay, so I make some bomb homemade ramen.
Okay.
Like, it takes 4 hours to make.
Oh,
If we're talking like mix or anything like that, if we're talking about like the prepackaged stuff,
Mhm.
I love the classic chicken. The chicken, whether it be spicy or just the regular chicken ramen, I'm a big fan. It's like my go-to. Teriyaki beef is also fantastic too. Crap. That one's my favorite. Sorry, I
Teriyaki
just
is
remembered
pretty good.
teriyaki beef. And I was like, never mind. Okay. I was gonna be boring. I was like, no, teriyaki beef. Come on. So good.
Hammer?
Yeah, so there's this place I went to a bunch when like 5 years ago, and they have this spicy tonkatsu pork ramen, and it just hits every single time. It's a good mix of savory and spicy, but it definitely is way more spicy than savory. Like it makes you feel heat, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
And the
want it
sub
right
question
now,
of that was savory or spicy, and probably
See, it depends on the brand. Like it it really does to me. And you've got Vite Ramen as our one of our sponsors here as well. So in chat, if you've had the different flavors of Vite Ramen, I'd certainly love some suggestions, at least for the three of us to try that.
definitely. I will be utilizing the code Twin Suns to get some Vite Ramen as well.
15 off.
And it feels good that I'm no longer kind of that college student that had to buy, like the
Now you can get
99
fancy.
cent
I don't
ramen
miss those
anymore.
days.
Yeah, exactly. I can splurge a little bit on
Some nice
Vite
ramen.
ramen here.
Nice
But-
ramen from a sponsor of the event.
Of the event. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's wonderful. So
Why you gotta ask that question? I'm starving right now. And I
I wasn't gonna say anything because it's kind of green room talk, but Uplink has been complaining about how hungry he's been, and production just decides to throw him a curveball. So there
Let's
you
really
go.
torture Sage today.
So back to game related questions here. This is actually a pretty interesting question.
I
when we
need to
talk about-
know the difference. I'm ignorant. What's the
think-
difference between a HOTAS and a HOSAS?
The control schemes. There's quite a few of them actually in this community.
Okay.
Here we go.
So
I'm ready.
we start off with the good old HOTAS, right? You see a lot of players having an actual throttle and a joystick. Examples like the Thrustmaster T16K, official hardware sponsor of Twin Suns. It's a good example of a throttle joystick combo. You got things like the HOSAS, which is a hands-on stick and stick. Much like that video that was shown earlier in the Fleet Battle demonstration, the idea is that you have throttle and roll on one stick, and you have a pitch and yaw. I forget the terminology, but you basically left, right, up, down, pitch, and then roll. Final roll.
Okay.
And then, of course, there's other options. There's Hokas, which is what I do. Hokas is hands on keyboard and stick. The idea there is that you have one hand on a keyboard or on a gamepad of sorts, then one hand on a joystick. I like that personally because a lot of the entries in Squadrons, a lot of the inputs are rather digital. So it's nice to have like a button for, let's say, countermeasures and like shunting and shield balancing and all that. There's also just plain old keyboard. Believe it or not, there are players that play with just the keyboard, no mouse.
Those monsters. Those guys are the hardest
Imperial
people
Guard
I've ever
has
seen.
a player that does that. Then there's mouse and keyboard, right? There's players that do that as well. Then there's controllers, Xbox and PS4. Scalp Waka, for example, plays with a SCUF controller. Yeah, so a lot of inputs. I don't know if I'm missing one, but I think that's the majority of them, if not all of them.
Guitar
I'm
Hero,
sure somebody's
guitar.
I'm sure somebody's got some kind of crazy setup that they use. I will say, for me personally, it actually kind of goes back to like when I was a kid. Flight simulators were kind of all the rage, and I even have a little bit of flight experience myself. So I really like having the stick. Obviously, that's very very. I don't know what the word is. It's easy to kind of get used to if you have flight experience, right? But the throttle it feels like you're actually in the ship, if you will. I don't know if I could get used to two sticks. The video was kind of cool though, watching somebody who's actually good at it utilize it. It's pretty neat to watch, but I don't know. The throttles are awesome.
I rock a 2-stick setup for playing a 6-degree of freedom games. So the idea is that like you have your thrusters on one, and then you have your actual pitch and yaw on the other. So it can be very disorienting, but so cool, so cool.
Well, I believe we are getting ready for our next matchup. We do have the teams. I know that we know who we will be watching. It's going to be Guac versus Vaders Wrist, and I have to say, a couple of interesting team names and not ones that I have heard of recently in these past couple of tournaments.
I want nachos now.
Yeah. Guac
here we go.
Guac is a team on Gray Squadron. You've got teams like Nova, Tempest, Wildcard, Cheese, Guac. I think those are various teams that are part of this tournament. They're one of the many. So, and then Vaders Wrist, I believe, is TFA. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know that if it's not, then somebody in chat's gonna get mad. But
hey, man, there's so many to keep track of. But
it's great. I love it.
It is great. It is great, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We are just about ready to jump into our final match on the broadcast here. It's round number 5. This determines who will be top 16, who won't be. So, gentlemen, please bring us into our last bit of Squadrons here on this Saturday.
Ooh. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be Guac versus Vaders Wrist. Vaders Wrist is actually TIE Fighter Alliance. Got that one right. Great
Is that like
Squadron
Mouth of
versus
Sauron?
TIE Fighter on Nadiri Dockyards. Ooh, that's a map pick. The RNG gave them, is possibly giving the NR team a possible avenue for victory. We'll see how it goes, though. We're looking at TFA over here, Vaders Wrist, looking out those loadouts. We've got ourselves, 2 bombers with the Goliath and multi-lock, fighter with ion torpedo and concussion missile, Reaper with beacon and mask, and an interceptor with rockets and repair. And then, of course, on the New Republic, we've got ourselves 3 Ys, an X, and a U, with a pretty standard Goliath multi-locks, supply and targeting beacons, and ion torpedo and ion missile. So we'll see. We'll see. Turn up probably go pretty.
Such a huge focus on the Y-wings, man.
I know it's the
everywhere. It's like it was the game came out.
Yeah, I love it, right? Because I love the Y-wing as a ship. It's the Y-wing and
here.
B-wing and TIE bomber. I've always been a big bomber boy, right? And I've seen the Y-wing go from like being okay to just being bad to like the redeeming arc. The Y-wing is back, baby. I love it.
Oh, yes.
It's good because the TIE Bomber is this DPS monster. It still is a DPS monster, even now with the final patch coming out. So it's nice that Y-Wings now have more maneuverability to deal with the asymmetric way the teams play. So we're seeing way more Y-Wings on flagship assault. That didn't used to happen a few tournaments ago, and now it does.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
go
and
into
here we go.
Number 1, Gray Squadron Guac versus TIE Fighter Alliance Vaders Wrist. Let's see how these teams play it out here. Let's see how it goes. Of course, turned up on the X-Wing. Possibly going to be going for a hard Raider shield destruction with those dual ions. You've got the rest of the team out here, and the Y-Wing is going to try to find some dumbfire Goliaths and just try to find packs in general. Meanwhile, on TFA, Vader's Wrist, a similar situation is going out there with the 2 bombers trying to get onto those X-Wings, followed by the rest of the team out here trying to get some points. But Guac strikes back, gets some AI packs, but now it's half and half as 5 stacks are being found by both teams. It could go either way out here as both teams successfully find their AI packs. Ooh, the back and forth is here. The player kills. Scribbler does, in fact, fall. Scribbler being Guac's offensive leader.
Oh.
But Scramblin gets disabled at 15, gets a supply droid. That
Scrambling
is huge.
got scrambled.
That could have been a possible flip there if Scrambler did die along with Pepe. But there goes Evil Pepe. Down and out. Kirsten pretty weak. Josh Pence looking pretty weak as well. If they can find 2 more AI, they'll flip it. But if somebody like Not Tom dies, then it's going to go back. But, oh, they lose that opener. The NR gets it, and here they go on Nadiri Dockyards. Again, Nadiri Dockyards, a map where phases can take forever because outside this coin flip, the AI are tricky. They're just tricky.
They are. And everything's funneled in either of the 3 different ways that you can go across the center. So you have a lot of dogfighting, and I've seen a lot more, and I don't know if this is just my experiences or if it's actually backed up by other people's experiences. I've seen a lot more player kills on Nadiri Dockyards.
Yeah, because there has to be, right? So in typical maps, you'll find roaming stacks of 5 AI. We've seen that today. But Nadiri Dockyards is this rare example where you will find stacks of 2 and maybe 3 because of the way the terrain works. You will never find a stack of 5. So the teams are reliant way more on Raider burning, Corvette burning, and player kills than almost any other map in the game. This results in either very long phases, like a minute has passed and the morale bar hasn't moved, or in some crazy PK player killing action.
Ooh.
Ooh, there goes the Corvette. That's 20 points. A little bit of a bonk off Zyphaz, trying to maneuver and stay alive. 2 stacks of AI were found by Vader's Wrist, however. He didn't have morale to go back to half and half. Zyphaz pretty weak out here with some middling shields. Has to get those back up to survive. Again, getting aggroed pretty hard out here by Scramblin'. Gets a supply droid, but those no shields are going to cause a death. Ouch. But again, shields are down on Delta.
Yeah.
Charlie's shields are pretty low, and Delta's hull, that's the important part, looking pretty weak. If I were Guac, I would probably save Delta. I'd get it down as low as I can to like 3 or 4. If they can do that right here. Again, the cruiser's at 12 right now, and then out of phase it here. Because again, this map, you take every little droplet of morale that you can have. 12 is definitely out of phaseable. It'll be a little bit of work though. A lot of firing torpedoes from the distance. Yeah. Let's see how their defense goes. Let's see how TFA's Vader's Wrist offense goes in return, however. If they can get out there and do some damage, we see ourselves, 2 fighters coming out. I see some designated ions on these fighters. Reaper is still out. Everything's off cooldown. Bombers coming out of resupply. Interceptors coming out to aggro the AI farmers the best that they can. Shields on Delta have taken a bit of damage, but are still standing pretty strongly.
Vader's Wrist is just kind of chilling right now. They're just getting prepped and ready to go.
The thing is this map is so unfriendly for getting morale as a defender that they have the opportunity here. They don't have to rush like it's like Yavin, right? Where Yavin, every second you waste, the enemy team finds like 2 5 stacks, and that's 30 points of morale. Here, they have the buffer because you just can't find AI that they can wait and go in as a team because how else are they going to get morale in the dockyards? Find those 2 AI, burn the Raider, that's it. Speaking of which, it has been burned. There it goes. as the morale is being taken away slowly from Vader's wrist. But again, damage is coming down pretty equal to what Guac was able to get down in their first push. That Nebulon's been marked. It's at 15. If they can also try to get it, or at least get it out of phase, or wait to get it until out of phase does happen. It's probably what they want.
They
There
go.
is the death. It's still up, definitely out of phaseable right now. And I
Evil
believe it's
Pepe
below 10.
is switching out here or refilling.
Ooh.
Yep.
As we check out Team Guac hanging out here in their assault phase, we see players like Turnip just getting down damage on Charlie. Of course, on a map like Nadiri, you're not gonna wanna burn Delta immediately, right? That's 15 points that just vanishes from you. You wanna wait until maybe somebody on your team dies and they find 2 AI.
Yeah,
Wait,
they need
at
to
least-
focus on C here.
Yeah.
Try to get themselves in a
Ooh.
good spot.
Turnip gets a good pick on Scramblin' Man. That's Interceptor versus Interceptor, Map Pressurer versus Map Pressurer. That's pretty strong because with Scramblin' gone, the Bombers are going to be able to come in and just do damage on Charlie, fairly uncontested. Let's see how they continue. Again, the light cruiser's at 54. Damage is still coming down. We see TFA, Vader's wrist, doing hard aggro on that Corvette. They knock that Corvette down. They get those 20 points, but that's the only 20 points they've gotten so far. As again, they've lost players like Evil Pepe to player kills from the offenders from Grey Squadron Guac.
They're in
Continual
a difficult situation now because they can wait. They can get it now with the risk of losing a lot of morale and then not being able to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
So let's see what they do here. They got C down, and are they going to choose to go for D and then push it all the way through?
You know, that is a choice. They could either go for D immediately, or they could try to get a player kill or two, because they can risk it. Because if they lose, for example, you know, if they lose like AI or like a player to that little buffer they gave, they have 15 points waiting at the ready on Delta. But because Turnip fell, I'm imagining they're going to try to take down D as soon as possible. Because they tried to go for that gambit, right? Like, let's wait to knock down Delta until we try to kill somebody. Oh, it didn't work. Let's just burn it anyway. We have the point buffer. And because of that, we see Delta immediately getting burned by these bursts. It is now down to 1. They might be trying to wait and try to hold it out as long as they can to wait for their teammate to come back. Not Tom is dead, though. It's going to be a 4v5
Not
push
Tom.
regardless. And it's still one of them. We can look at that tack map in the corner. One of them is still far out. Not able to get in. We see one of them going in for a sloop on the ISD. I believe that is Doc. Doc does get, or Dick Willie does get disabled and does fall. We see Scribbles coming in, trying to get some damage on that beacon. Shield Gen gets it down to 73. Needs to rotate and get a little more damage down, but has pretty heavy aggro on himself. 83 hull, almost no shields left, trying to survive. Playing as defensively as possible around the shape of the Imperial Star Destroyer, but he seems to get under those shields. Can't get a clear
Scribbler.
line. More damage is coming now at 44 hull. Just can't get eyes on target. Oh no, gets beaconed. No countermeasures are going to be able to be given by Scribbler. So if a missile lands on him, it's all over. He does die.
Oh, there he goes.
But
You know,
not Tom
we've all
comes
been
in,
there.
gets that sloop, gets that shield gen, and completely destroys it. There she goes. We saw a weak point on the bridge of the ISD as well, but of course, get those shield gens down first. You can worry about that weak point later. They want to capitalize on this phase as long as they can. You see Not Tom continuing to rotate. TFA, Vader's wrist, can't get eyes on him. Continual damage coming down.
This is exactly what they need to do too, because like we've been talking about, it's so hard to get morale and so hard to get back to this point that they have to capitalize on it. They have to make sure they do as much damage as they possibly can to get them in a good spot next time.
True. As they disable that left shield gen, it is disabled, but it does not fall. So by the time that this phase goes back, because assuming that they're going to be able to take down these 2 frigates, the shields will be up somewhat.
The morale is teetering on the edge. Look at that. How are they still in phase?
Man. As we now see TFA on the offense, they've got a bit of a challenge ahead of them. The Imperial Star Destroyer has lost 1 shield. The second shield now sitting below 25, which means it's going to be easy picking for when Guac gets in there. They now have to take down Charlie and Delta, and we see that they're burning both frigates very quickly. Come into the MC-75. take down both shields and take down power and take down 1 or 2 weak points. In my opinion, that's what's going to come back. Because again, when they go back on defense, they're going to have one solid defense, in my opinion, and they can't afford 2. A bit of a bonk, rest in pieces for Scrambling Man, not able to stay alive and stay out there as the terrain lets him down. But with morale at half and half, the MC-75 assault begins now for TFA. Vaders wrist. We see the majority of the team on the TAC Mag moving in at the same exact time. 1 gets picked up, 3 are in there, and only 2 defending New Republic players are in there, which means that one of them is probably going to be able to get in. We see Josh Pence above the MC-75 trying to get a good drift in there, gets beaconed. Possible drift or possible rotation. Finds the shield, not under the shield, finally gets under the shield, but has too much damage going down and will not take it down. Almost, but not enough. We see rotaries coming down, but again, not enough. No shield gens fall. Right shield, almost. The left shield at like
3 down. Oh, there goes another one. Oh my gosh. The whole team's out of phase right now.
Whole team, Pepe down,
in.
Kirsten down, Corval down, Scrambling down. Only Josh Pence remains with all 5 of Guac coming in, but the distance is long enough where they're able to respawn before they get in there. We see Scribbler going over top to avoid any sort of mid-field shenanigans. Looks like they're going directly for either a sloop or targeting. Let's see if they can get under shields, destroying the shield entirely, getting an eye on those shields, making a shield run or a shield gen run perfect. We see that shield gen getting nuked. It will in fact fall.
Oh, there it goes.
2 shield gens down on the Imperial Star Destroyer.
They're in such a great spot currently. Right now.
Oh, 100%. Guac is in a spot to win. Power has been destroyed. Weak points had already been made, so possibly only 4 weak points were made as we saw the one on the bridge. But it's still solid damage to be had. Only targeting remains. It now begins just a general assault.
Oh, there goes Scribbler.
PKs are happening, player kills are happening. They just can't find those weak points. We see Not Tom seeing a weak point, wants to try to drift and rotate and get that weak point before they get killed.
Oh.
Oh my. Again, it's a damage race out here.
Right now it's just trying to survive. They're trying to get to those points, but they keep on getting targeted.
Finds that weak point on the pack. That's the hard to find
very
weak
nice,
point. Gets
very
that
nice.
7.5 points. 2 more weak points, and Guac will take game 1. If 2 more weak points remain, it's now just time to dump into the hole. They still have enough buffer in that morale for 2 more players to die. I say that 1 player does die. They find those weak points. Not Tom finds that weak point and takes it for game number 1 for Gray Squadron Guac.
Woo! Woo! I did not see that coming. When they started off, I was like, Vaderist has got this. That's who I was thinking. But my gosh, did Guac turn it around?
Oh, it's so brutal. If you lose that coin flip on Nadiri, you lose so much time. Looking at that scoreboard, though, we got ourselves 27 AI kills on Not Tom, 12 on Zyphaz, and on Nadiri, that's fine. That's 100% fine.
And look at how many player kills.
Exactly.
On the
8 and 3
Empire.
on Turnip, 8 and 5 on Scrambling. Like, whew. Because you have to. It's Nadiri.
Yeah.
You have no choice. It's it's either do or die, because the AI, they don't love you, and they're never going to be in good stacks. Like, fun fact, I think I mentioned this earlier on the stream, there are AI that just self-explode at the beginning of Nadiri. They always do. If you go through your targeting computer, targeting shortcuts, you will find them, you'll target them, and they just die. I think they run into terrain every single time when they're pathing, but it just, it puts the odds against you every single game.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that was so intense. Like,
That was a fun game.
back and forth too, and it wasn't a complete slaughter like we saw earlier, but that was good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that 100%.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah. Star Wars Squadrons esports. It can change on a dime. Like throughout the tournament, we've seen the coin flip get lost in the last 5 seconds, where you think you've got it, and then the other team just takes it all
all of
away.
a sudden, then they find a 5 stack of AI and 15 points just go on your field, and like, well, what just happened? And then you lose. But no, I mean, it's Nadiri. Gray Squadron Guac was able to come in and win that coin flip as NR on Nadiri. That's the play that you have to do on Nadiri. That's why Nadiri's a good counter Empire pick, and that's why we saw that in that game, because in New Republic tends to win longer running games. And because Nadiri is a map that just takes more time to get phase flips, if you can win that coin flip, you have a way better chance than if you didn't, compared to other maps where it might have less impact. Manadiri, it's do or die in those first 2 minutes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
trying to catch
man.
up right now, man.
Yeah. It's been a good day. It's been a great day.
It has been a fantastic day. We had some technical difficulties at the front, but we got
Thank you,
past
everybody.
them, and we appreciate all of your patience as we worked through those earlier. Shout out to Eck and all the team working behind the scenes to get this going. We have a huge amount of credits, dollars, money to win today. $10,000 for the first place, $5,000 for second place, and then $2.5K for third and fourth.
An insane prize pool. Absolutely.
All of
bonkers.
those are incredibly good scores. So what are you expecting? So we've got the qualifiers today. We've got the Swiss tournament. We're getting all of these through. We won't, because of the technical difficulties, we're behind a little bit, so we won't be able to have the tiebreakers on stream. But what are some of your expectations for tomorrow? Because we will be having the finals tomorrow, so be sure to tune into those.
Yeah, I think tomorrow on stream we're gonna see probably quicker games. Because it's going to start to come down to the wire of teams that have optimized their attack and, more importantly, optimized their defensive runs. So these teams know where the AI are. They figured it out through just pure practice of where exactly they fly. And you'll see it on some teams today that were able to know where the AI was going to go, so they just start dumbfiring the Goliath missiles. They just fly straight, but they know exactly where it's going to be at what distance to launch, so they always get it every single time. We're going to see a lot of that. We're going to see crazy morale bars that might not make sense at first, right? You're gonna see, a bar that goes for like the first, 20 seconds. You're like, what's going on? This is like some glitch fest. It's not. It's just that they're really good at getting AI. We're gonna see probably a more standard meta play, a lot more defenders, as defenders are pretty nimble ship on the Empire. I still, judging by today, we're gonna see way more Y-wings on flagship assault. It just works now.
I mean, dude, Y-wings are such beasts. If you're not playing a Y-wing, I mean, it's just chef kiss.
Chef
Y-wing
kiss every single time.
It should be
Love
called Why
our
Not
bombers.
Why Not Y-wing. But
What else are we gonna see? We're gonna see some teams that you guys know. I believe, judging by how I saw the rankings last time, that we might have not seen today. Teams like Team Cheese, Splinter Squadron, Randalorians. I believe that 16-bit Imperial Guard will be there as well. So we'll see some familiar faces to the competitive scene that we've seen in previous tournaments. It should be good. It should be great. Actually, no, I'll keep that one secret. Never mind.
The tease.
When they get on stream, I want to if a certain team gets on stream, I want to call something out that might not be a well-known thing yet about that team. But I'm going to keep that one hidden. Tune in tomorrow to find out.
You're going to have to find out tomorrow.
When we go through the playoff brackets, the quarterfinals, the semis, and the grand finals.
Even just today in the qualifiers, we've seen some incredible games here. We've seen some excellent shows from all of the teams here. We haven't seen any that were like, okay, yeah, those squadrons, whatever. No, all of them have been just boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we've been seeing some clean sweeps, but it's going pretty well, I'd say.
Oh yeah. I've been enjoying every second of it so far. That clutch out of phase earlier, it's always so much fun to watch.
Oh, I love it, dude. Out of phase is the bomb diggity, okay? I'm just going to say it.
It's always so risky. I've seen out of phases just fall flat because you're not able to get the damage down quick enough, and because you're not defending your flagship. It allows the enemy team to step all over you. It really becomes a damage per second race. But I've also seen crazy out of phases where like the flagship is at like 65 or higher. Like
those are the most intense things ever. Like
Like,
I don't know how
perfect play.
those players are surviving that. Like, how does your heart rate get so high to be able to survive that?
I have no idea. Whenever I do out of phases, I always make sure it's like 5 or below, because
Yeah,
otherwise,
exactly.
like, I'm screwed.
hmm It takes some guts to be able to say, you know what, we
Like,
got
just
this.
full send.
hmm We're either
But it
winning
also
now or
makes
we're
sense.
losing terribly.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense too. Like, some teams get stuck in a position where the flagship ends up being like, you're now back on defense and you've lost both shields, you've lost power, and your hull is at like 60. You can't. You have really no choice at that point, because if you don't go for the out of phase, the enemy raider or corvette is just gonna come in and just raw damage the rest of your hull. Power. The rest of your flagships. You have to full send. You have to just go.
Mhm. I mean, some teams work very well under that pressure. Some teams are like, you know what? I believe we got this. And that's their whole strategy. And it's a great strategy because a lot of people don't use it. For clear reasons, not everyone can pull it off. But if you are able to pull it off and you can do it, it's super surprising that you as the other team wouldn't. Like, how do you prep for that?
Yeah.
How do you as a team be like, oh crap, they're going for it? What?
It's to basically try to either meet them halfway, get down some damage, so by the time they get to your flagship, they just get destroyed, or you have to equally go as hard as you can on their flagship, right? It's ironic. It becomes like less about PvP and stopping them, and more about who can do more damage to the enemy's flagship first. Coming into this game, though, we got ourselves Gray Squadron Guac now on the Empire. We got ourselves Scribbler in a Defender with 2 bombers, not Tom and Zyphaz, both rocking that multi-lock and Goliath. Scribbler with the Anti-Starfighter and Ion Missile. Tech Soup and the Reaper with the Targeting Beacon Supply Droid, and Turnip in a Defender as well with Ion Missile and Anti-Starfighter Missile. Some solid disable plays out there. Possible Raider burning as well. And then on the New Republic, right? 2 Y-Wings with the multi-lock Goliaths, an A-Wing with Repair Kit and Rockets, X-Wing with Concussion Missile and Ion Torpedo, and that U-Wing with Beacon and Mask. So we'll see how they end up playing it. Again, this is Nadiri Dockyards, so if they can make Lightning Strike twice, if Gray Squadron can take TIE Fighter Alliance, Vader's wrist, and win that coin flip again, that'll be pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it all comes down to the coin flip. Well, I mean, things happen, but a lot of it comes down to the coin flip on Nadiri.
Yeah, you can't and Squadrons, you can't say it all comes down to the one thing, because there's so many different factors.
Well,
There's
little
big parts of
happen,
that.
and then all of a sudden, like, crazy things happen. We saw in a previous tournament, it was Randos versus Splinter, and Randalorians made one call that was essentially full sending on the MC-75, then they all died. And because they all died, and it was specifically Yavin, where the ships get stupidly close, it gave Splinter this, like, 15-second window where they could all uncontested get into the ISD and knock down, like, every subsystem. And it was that one mistake that ended up costing them the game. Because they built that window. And they wouldn't have won if like 2 of them had remained alive, then Randos would have probably won that game. That's how close these games can get. As we get into the final game of the broadcast today, Gray Squadron Guac versus TIE Fighter Alliance Vader's wrist. Let's see how these teams play it out. Again, the factions have flipped. TFA Vader's wrist on the New Republic and Gray Squadron Guac on the Empire. Who is going to win this coin flip? Who is going to find these AI? That's the big question. We see...
It's wild how the same maps, it's like the randomizers like, you know what? It's time for all of them to play this one map all the time now.
We saw 2 immediate Goliaths from 2 different stacks happen, giving Gray Squadron Guac an immediate boost on that morale bar. But Vader's wrist holding on the best they can, getting some multi-log AI kills out. It's a back and forth now as they've exhausted their main first spawn AI. It's going to then transition into Corvette burning or PK, but they find it. Scramblin' is down, giving them the 10 points they need to go on the offense as Empire. Ooh, looks like Evil Pepe looking pretty weak, getting beaconed within laser range. A lot of Oxes going out. They get that Reaper. It's a 3v5 out here on this first push. But Scribbler not giving up, finds Corbolt, starts dumping into him as well. Wants these kills, wants these murders, but gets caught up in the greed and then dies instead.
I got too
While
power
that was
hungry there.
happening, though. Oh yeah, get a little too greedy. Z shields nearly completely drained, however, during that altercation. D shields have been touched somewhat. C shields now completely drained, only Hold remains. Delta, again, has shields, but they might get drained quickly as well. It all depends on how Guac wants to play this game on Nadiri as the morale sits closer and closer to half and half. Beacons are going out. Zyphus has been beaconed. The rest of the team has been beaconed as well. So no countermeasures can happen if a missile comes flying towards them. But they're going to go for a one Raider burn here, one frigate burn as they're continuing to dump into Charlie, getting the beaconing it constantly and getting the Goliath, the rotaries, and the continual damage down on it, getting it down to now 25. Those 15 points will be huge when they rotate over to Delta. They have the buffer in their morale bar. At 16 hull, we see the players come in and continue to get damage down. Now at 13, still beacon.
They're doing pretty good. I mean, considering it's
doing
Empire,
pretty good.
considering it's Nadiri dockyards, like, they're doing great.
I believe they're holding off Charlie instead of rotating over to Delta, possibly saving it for either a defensive phase, which again is Nadiri. You want as much morale as you can, or if they can, or they're gonna play the Gambit, where if they can get down Delta and destroy it, then they'll just go for a 1-2 wombo combo. But I'm assuming, judging by that morale bar right now, with 2 more AI causing a flip or a player kill, they're most likely just going to be saving Charlie until the phase flip begins. There's the phase flip. Is anybody going to go for it is the big question. Turnip out there. Turnip does get it. Those 15 points do go back towards the Empire. At 15 points they do so desperately want on a map like the Nadiri Dockyards.
Yes.
Now back on the offense. TFA Vader's wrist has to basically take down Charlie and really Delta, in my opinion, to be able to bring back this momentum, because the other frigate will in fact fall on the next push. So they need to be able to take back that momentum from losing the coin flip. Luckily, the phases on Nadiri take forever, so we might see it happen.
Exactly, and like we were talking about right before this match started, that is where the New Republic really shines. They're those long plays. They're really good at bringing it out, and if they can stretch the game out, they can normally.
Yeah, late
Normally
game
make
is
it.
typically an NR win if they can just make sure to drag it out as long as possible. And it all depends on if player kills and morale can be found by Guac in this moment. We see the light cruiser getting knocked down to 74, 73, continual damage coming down. Both shields are down on Charlie and Delta. Masks are out on Gray Squadron Guac, however, looking to probably try to get a gank of sorts on these players that are coming in and getting down some damage. Hopefully getting some sort of player kill. We do see that Corvette does fall. But too little too late, as Charlie now at 42 just continues to get dumped into by the team.
And
Finding
they
the kills.
flip.
Woo! They get a PK on Evil Pepe. Get some damage down. Not a spot to be in. We see Corbolt full sending, trying to get some damage down on that cruiser, because again, that 15 points would be huge, but might die in the process of trying to get some damage down. Meanwhile, on the Empire, Scribbler trying to get some picks, Turnip trying to get some picks as well. The beacons are out against the New Republic. Corbolt is nearly dead with no shields and no hull. There they go, dying to not
Very
Tom, and
nice.
the bomber with the rotary. It's going to make it a 4v5 if they quickly go and burn that frigate, which would be huge. If they can get one more player kill, it'll be even bigger. Zyphas coming in, knows what he has to do, starts rotoring into that Nebulon B, gets it down to 5, 4, 3, 2, bumps into it a bit, does not get down. The MC-75 push on Gray Squadron Guac begins now. We see some targeting of shield gens.
What
Zyphas trying to
a
get in position.
power move, man.
Strong power move. Zyphas within 1,200 units of the shields does get a bit of aggro on him. The beacons are out against Gray Squadron Guac. Possibly will be under the shields. Gets at 84 hull. Gets tractor beamed. Starts dumping into that shield. Gets ion though before he can take down that shield entirely. Does not fall, but right and left shields almost dead on the MC-75. The Empire is there. They want this now. They knock down one of the shields. The other shield is still up, however.
Man.
Not
working
Tom
on
does
it.
fall.
Oh, yep. Was not a good spot for him to be camping out for.
Ooh.
Not Tom.
And we see Scribbler coming in, wants to finish the job on this
Tech
9
Soup's
health
down.
shield gen. Player deaths all around, not Tom dead, Tech 2 dead. Here comes in Scribbler, wants to rotate, just get a few more damage
we
points
go.
in, gets down to 2, but then destroys it. 2 subsystems down on the MC-75. The morale's almost gone. Can they
Ooh.
snipe power before it's too late is the big question, or snipe targeting. We see Scribbler start dumping into targeting. Targeting's now down to 51 and falling. Again, one more AI and it'll flip, but too little too late, as targeting is now
Ooh. Oh.
at like 3? Not dead, not dead yet. There it goes, targeting does fall. 3 subsystems down on the MC-75, only power remains, meaning that TFA Vaders Wrist has to win in this push.
They
There
have
is
to.
no
But
ifs,
they have
ands,
to take
or
down
buts.
C, they have to take down D, they have to get all of the... Oh my gosh, like that, it's possible. It is
It's
possible
possible.
to
Never
get
say
back
never.
from here. But it takes so much coordination. You have to have everyone on the same wavelength. You have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do and not losing any player kills or any AI to the other team.
Oh, 100%. The big one is player kills. Luckily, this map, if they play conservatively enough, they can possibly go through it without dying. That's the big thing, right? They're obviously going to lose the 20 points to the Corvette, which we just saw. But if they can play conservatively enough with those shields and those shield regens and just not give player kills, like they've knocked down Charlie, right? Only Delta remains. It all boils down to it. I mean, we've seen one phase ISDs before, Imperial Star Destroyers. Will we see it from TFA is the big question. But that morale bar already below half, not looking good. As Jaws Pence in here with almost no shields, almost no hull, does give another player kill back towards Grey Squadron. Guac! A full stack of AI, though impossible, would be a flip here. 1 and 2 more PK would be a flip here. But that 15 points will be big. The morale now at roughly half and half, but shields being drained on that Wild Wing that ended up taking out that cruiser. Corbolt having to go back to base, just not enough shields. They need to now have a coordinated push against the Imperial Star Destroyer. Can they do it? Obviously, if we look at the mini-map, they're all going back. Besides one of them, we see somebody going in. Who is that going in by themselves? Is that...
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, ouch,
This got
ouch!
shredded.
Oh no, and they're going in 1-on-1. This is not going to look good, as possibly one goes into bait. The whole team is on him. Here comes in Jaws Pence, being mostly ignored. Gets in that sloop, starts dumping, gets those oxes out, gets that shield gen down to 54, but a little more AI, one more player kill, and there it is! A few more AI caused the flip back towards Grey Squadron Guac, who again are in a really good spot in the fact that they take down targeting left and right shield gens on this MC-75.
Dude.
It would take an amazing defense of basically knocking out Grey Squadron Guac and knocking out the Raider to be able to take this back. It's going to depend a lot on map pressure. They don't want to let them in. But sadly, some of Guac is already in that MC-75 at 59, 58. Full damage is happening from Turnip. Just raining it down with these lasers. Again,
Ooh.
MC-75 is low enough where power isn't as relevant anymore because weak points are just being made. They take power anyway. Why not? Start
Might
jumping
as
into
well.
it. It's at 12 and 11. It has been beaconed. A little more damage. And the MC-75 will fall to Grey Squadron Guac. There it goes. Game number 2. 2-0 against TIE Fighter Alliance Vaders Wrist. Grey Squadron Guac
my
taking that
gosh,
W.
dude.
Woo! Let's go! Look at that scoreboard. 27 AI on Jaws Pence, 12 on Corbolt, 32 on Not Tom, and Zyphaz having 18. 71K cap ship on Zyphaz. Strong plays. Way less player kills this game. But a decent more amount of AI being able to play as aggressively as they can to get those flips. Grey Squadron Guac ends up 2-0ing in this final Swiss round.
Oh my goodness. This is what we're talking about.
Well,
Good
Esports,
stuff.
fellas,
baby.
yeah, that was a great matchup there to round out our fifth and final Swiss round. Thank you to the both of you for the wonderful commentary all throughout the day. R1 as well. He was on the broadcast a little bit earlier, doing a great job, and I'm really looking forward
R1,
to
or as I call him, Squadrons Daddy.
Squadrons
Squadron
Daddy.
Daddy!
Well, we will see more of one of you tomorrow as we have our final 16 team bracket, all single elimination. So it should be some good stuff tomorrow. But I do want to, before we go into closing here, just real quickly with the two of you guys, anything that surprised you today, or is this more of what we kind of expected?
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so it didn't surprise me, but it's nice to see just the more Y-Wings, right? That patch came out. Y-Wing has even more survivability now, so we're seeing it on flagship assaults, which doesn't surprise me, but it is refreshing to see because in previous tournaments, that's something you did not see because they did not have the survivability to stay out that far in that long.
Interesting. Uplink, anything from you?
I mean, just that last match, the domination that Guac had as the Empire on Nadiri Dockyards, just destruction, pure and utter destruction.
Well, I'm hoping that we get to see more of them tomorrow. We will have all of those top 16. The bracket, it's not quite done yet. There are some different things that need to be done, some tiebreakers that need to be played. Make sure you are tuned to EckhartsLadder's social media accounts. He will be announcing the top 16 brackets. I believe you can follow him on Twitter at EckhartsLadder.
Yes.
So make sure you do that. If you would like to stay up to date with the Twin Suns tournament information here, and make sure you are right back here on the broadcast for tomorrow, where we will be giving out $20,000 in prizes, gentlemen. $20,000.
Yeah, insane stuff. The largest Star Wars esports event.
Well, I know that all day today has been fantastic. It's been so much fun. We're going to end on the highest note of all. We've got another giveaway winner. It's been drawn. Congratulations to Matthew Stevens, the winner of that Thrustmaster T16K. We will be emailing you shortly, soon, to get your information, to send that out to you. So congratulations to Matthew Stevens again, and a big thank you, of course, to Thrustmaster, our headlining hardware sponsor throughout the event. Of course, we do have both Audible and Vite Ramen as our other sponsors. Wouldn't be possible without all of their contributing work, and wouldn't be possible without everybody behind the scenes as well. It's been quite the day, quite a lot of fun over the past few days getting everything ready. TGS producing everything. Boomstick has obviously been a huge figure in the scene. So a big thank you to him, and we look forward to tomorrow, certainly, with that. But fellas, I mean, is there any final words before we there's your prize pool? That's what we're playing for tomorrow. Any final words before we cut things off for today and look forward to tomorrow?
We need 11 more likes until we get to 4,000 likes. We're so close. Come on, guys. We can do this.
Nice. I think for me, it's been an honor working with you guys today. Hunted, Uplink, R1, obviously everybody behind the scenes too. And thanks to you guys for watching. It means a lot. It's cool to watch this scene grow,
So
rivalries be made, and I'm so excited to be with you guys tomorrow when we see the cut of the chaff come through and we start seeing those teams play in a do or nothing bracket.
Well, until then, folks, I have been your host, Hunted. Joined with me here to close things out, Hammer and Uplink, thank you for sticking it out all day today. You have been wonderful throughout the day. And a big thank you to you. But until tomorrow, guys, make sure you follow the channels. Make sure you stay up to date with Eckhart's social media so you will find out as soon as we do who that top 16 teams will be. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great evening.
May the force be with you.
Yeah.